What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Marcus Speaks. Ple- mm, wrong stream. Everybody, welcome to another episode of Marcus Speaks Live, the very podcast that gives you trending topics and other random stuff. I'm your host, Marcus, and this is Marcus Speaks Live. If you could, please don't be shy. Right in the live chat, and while you do that, please like this video, share this video to your social medias, friends and family, and whomever. Comment in the live chat. I will be conversating back with you guys as I will bring your comments on screen like this prompt is right now. And subscribe if you are new here. Hit that bell icon to also get all of my notifications once I go live or when I post a video. This stream comes on every Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, if you guys love this show, please tune in and tell a friend. All right? Also, Saturdays, which I have postponed the rest of this month. I said that last week due to the low review scores of the game I was playing. So I am now playing that off screen, but I will be waiting on the next game to play for you guys. But Saturdays I usually stream at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for a nice little stream I like to call Marcus Speaks Play, where I get to play all of my favorite games and a certain select few of new releases. So don't forget to come and check me out. Please, if you could, once you have subscribed to this here channel, please go to the description box and find the Rumble link. It should be right underneath of the description of this video. So please find the Rumble link, hit the Rumble link, follow me over on Rumble if you could. If you would like to come in and come talk to me, you can. The phone lines are open. Also, I also have a link sitting there pinned to the live chat. If you guys haven't yet seen that, I don't think I have it pinned, but I'll pin it now. It is pinned now, so you guys can call in, and also you can hit the link. But if you hit the link or if you call in, there are rules that come with this. All right, I just don't run a raggedy stream like some of these raggedy streamers, podcast streamers that you see. So, rules are: rule number one is please be on camera at all times. That means once you hit the link, once you come back here to the backstage, have your camera on, because if not, I'm just going to boot you out of here. It's plain and simple, it's straightforward, and it's self explanatory. Please have your camera on, your microphone on, and be ready to go and come and talk to me. All right? Now, you might be saying, well, Marcus, I do want to hit the link, but I don't want to be shown to the audience. Well, that's fine. You don't have to be on camera to the audience at all, but you still have to be on camera back here in the backstage. I have a private chat. Please do yourself a favor. Let me know what your name is and your answer so I can further accommodate you from there. So we can talk, debate. You can fill me in on something that I probably didn't say during the stream or otherwise. All right. And the last rule is please mute all background noise. That means television, iPad, phone, if you're going to be using those devices, computers. If you are listening to me, please turn me off or please turn me down before hitting the link or exit out of the video once you have hit the link. Because you will just be hearing me 6 seconds ahead anyway. So please use corded headphones as well for a better it's for better audio and it's a better listening experience for myself and for the audience. All right. And lastly, the only thing that I have left for you guys for these prompts is please like this video, subscribe if you are new here, comment in the live chat, and please share this video to your social medias, friends, family, and everyone else who you love. All right. If you have ever watched my show, you know that I like playing videos and I like reading you guys' articles. So, first off, all videos and all articles are accredited in the description box below. If you look, go down, scroll down, you'll see the part where it says article credits and video credits. All right. I do not own any of the material that I will be using tonight. But I do want to let you guys know that my show consists of 3 parts. Those 3 parts are my own opinion, um, videos that I either grabbed from YouTube or Twitter or otherwise, and articles that I have chosen that basically shows what I want to convey tonight. So all articles and all videos are accredited in the description box. All articles have been altered from its original state. That means title in the article itself due to help with plagiarism. I don't want to say it verbatim for the simple fact that, you know, I could make money off this video one day and the person who actually wrote the article isn't getting paid, or the organization. And if you guys don't know, let me turn off the theme music because I think it's very important that you guys hear this, and I hope that it plays. Um, People, I play videos because it helps me further my point of what I'm going to be saying tonight. With that being said, I want to follow fair use. It's not only a YouTube policy, it's also the law. So I want to follow both in its entirety. All right. So instead of me sitting up here trying to tell you what fair use is, and I hope it plays, because if not, I will be sitting up here telling you what fair use is. But anyway, I'll let the TV let you know what fair use is. Hello, everyone. I'm going to tell you about fair use. It's the law. Warning. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyright motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 USC 107. All right, so that's fair use, everybody. So, with that being said, I also like to start my show out with a little warm up topic. So, that is called, this segment of tonight's video is called, and usually what I do on the stream is called Short Banter. So, with that short banter, I will be talking about Michael Jackson, and this is where I messed up at because I'm not prepared. With tonight's short banter, I will be talking about Michael Jackson and the his catalog, sorry, has been sold. So as soon as I get everything up, okay, so that's up. So I'm waiting for this to come up. All right, yo, I am here. I usually use a teleprompter, but also have it right here just in case my teleprompter wants to be funny. So, tonight, I got my article from BBC and I also have a YouTube video, which is right there that you guys will be seeing in just a moment. And the article is titled Michael Jackson's catalog sells for $600 million. Jesus Christ. Now, let's see what the video has to say. Let's turn these captions off and let's get into the video.
Sony has reached a blockbuster deal with the estate of Michael Jackson. According to Billboard, Sony's buying half of the late superstar's music catalog, including a shared stake in hits like Beat It and Bad. The list goes on. This deal for half of his music, valued at $1.2 billion with a B, billion dollars. Likely the most expensive transaction ever for a single musician's work.
All right. I don't even think I have timestamps for this next video. But anyway, so $600 million is what it's being sold for. But I'm pretty sure it's more than that. So, Michael Jackson, who died in 2009 at age 50, is one of the most successful pop stars of all time, selling more than 400 million records worldwide. If accurate, the singer's musical assets are worth more than $1.2 billion. Billion with a B. Hold on. I need to switch something around real fast. All right. All right, yeah, I believe that's it. So our great um our great entertainer Michael Jackson. The deal would also be the biggest ever for the work of a single musician. Uh hold on. That figure is disputed and may be much higher. According to Guinness World Records, his 1982 album Thriller is still the best-selling record of all time. The King of Pop is also hugely popular on streaming services with almost 40 million monthly listeners on Spotify. His songs Billie Jean and Beat It have each been played more than 1 billion times on Spotify alone. An upcoming biopic starring Jackson's nephew, Jafar Jackson, in the title role will undoubtedly increase interest. The back catalog deal is also reported to include tracks by other artists acquired by Jackson's My Jack publishing group, said to include hits by Ray Charles, Elvis Presley, and Aretha Franklin. The sale would have been arranged with the estate of Michael Jackson, who managed the late star's affairs. Uh, Artists selling their back catalogs is big business. Bruce Springsteen reportedly made 500 million, while Bob Dylan is understood to have received up to 450 million for his. I thought Bob Dylan was like the I thought Bob Dylan was like the premier rock star in his day. So how's Bruce Springsteen's going more than what Bob Dylan's going for? I don't think that makes any sense. But anyway, the rock band Queen is reportedly planning a similar deal. BBC News has contacted Sony Music Group and the estate of Michael Jackson for comment. Um, I okay, so with that, I believe that Michael Jackson's catalog will be used for, I would say, maybe movies and stuff like that. They probably want to get his stuff in movies. Um, so Michael Jackson's earnings since his death, the King of Pop's career earnings in life and death total about 4.2 billion. That's 4,200,000,000 that it that number is, but 4.2 billion. Half of the money, 2.1 billion, was earned after his death in 2009. Both figures are pre-tax and adjusted for inflation. So basically, meaning that his estate will be receiving a pretty penny pretty soon. After all the lawyers work everything out and they get stuff squared away, um, his mother, which runs his estate, will be receiving those ends pretty soon. So the only thing I really have to say on this is basically I, I'm guessing that he'll be, or not him personally, but I'm guessing with this his estate, um and this is me personally, I hope that his estate doesn't sell any more of his musical assets, because Michael Jackson as well as Prince was about ownership, ownership of your own music. If what's that guy from the Beatles name? The lead singer, I forgot his name. Anyway, when they were working on both of their records, I believe the lead singer of the Beatles was working on his album the same time that Michael was working on the Thriller album. That's the reason why um if you listen to Thriller. There's a track on there called "The Girl Is Mine" with Paul McCartney. That's his name. With Michael Jackson featuring Paul McCartney. And they also did another track for Paul McCartney's album called "Say Say Say," which I like that. I I like that song better than "The Girl Is Mine" song. But but yeah, hopefully, his mother doesn't set forth anything else to be sold within the catalog, because what we basically going to be hearing these songs in his commercials and movies and television shows and stuff like that. And who knows what Sony is going to do with the back catalog or whatever. Like, for all we know, they could be planning on trying to get the rest of his catalog, um because they have big plans for that as well, to either re-release music, a remix album maybe, where it's stars of today singing songs with Michael and stuff like that. Possibilities are endless of what Sony could do. Michael Jackson owned upwards of many artists' catalog, such as Eminem, Beyonce, Jay Z. You name the act, he possibly had the catalog. So hopefully no more gets sold. Hopefully his children can benefit from their father's work, so they can have a better life for themselves. Anyway, people, that concludes tonight's small banter portion. How about we move on to the main topic of tonight? And people, I think y'all want to stick around and follow me with this, because in certain parts of this podcast, I'm gonna have choice words for certain things when it comes to this topic. So if you guys have seen what tonight's topic is called, I forgot what tonight's topic is called. Um, Let me get the topic of tonight's show. Tonight's topic is Monique's son speaks out on her absence. Plus more. I have some other wild shit for you guys to see tonight. Tonight is a entertaining packed show tonight. That's what I have to say. So, tonight's main topic overview for tonight is Monique's oldest son sets the record straight. Uh, so I got tonight's article from Vibe. You guys haven't heard none of this music that's been playing in my ear, but it should be playing now. Um, but Monique's oldest son, I got it from Vibe, and the title of the article is Monique's oldest son responds to her false narrative of parenting. So, and I don't have any timestamps for this. So, um, Monique's oldest son, Shalon,
TV.
Shalon, basically had some choice words to say after her Club Shay Shay interview. So this week's episode of the podcast was going to be about the Club Shay Shay interview, but since her son has spoke his piece about what he heard, what he filling in some gaps that Mo'Nique of what he feels as though that Mo'Nique didn't say. He's filling in those gaps, possibly. So with certain videos I have tonight, we'll be going over certain things that she said in the interview, and I also have his testimony. And towards the end, I will be playing his third response. So over the course of the week, I believe he responded either Monday or Tuesday of this week. Then Mo'Nique and her husband Sydney responded Wednesday. Then he responded back, I believe that same day, and then I believe last night sometime. If not, wait a minute. Do I have that timeline correct? There's like 2 or 3 responses. I'm sorry. There's 2 or 3 responses from Monique's oldest son, Shalon, and then there's one response from both Sydney and Mo'Nique. And he's going through all of that, setting everything straight of what he believes is true. So let's get into this first video. Probably won't play the whole thing. Probably play some parts out of this because I believe this video is like 12 minutes long. I don't want to play the whole video due to fair use, and I want to actually try to get some of the details out of this video so I can then give my opinion on it, get into the article, give my opinion about the article, and then get back into the video. All right, so let's do this.
I am Shalon. I am a stand-up comedian, Monique's oldest son.
Hope you guys can hear this.
I guess I felt the need to make this video to just provide some context into this false narrative about her praying to the universe. I'm here to reconcile our relationship or whatever the hell it is.
All right, I'll turn this up a little bit.
I wrote it all down so that way I don't go all over the place and get emotional or anything like that. So I'm gonna talk like I'm reading the script, but it's just gonna help me kind of stay together. But to address the Club Shay interview that she did, where she states that she prays to the universe in regards to reconciling our relationship, as I stated, is odd. My mother and I both know that that is a very false narrative, and I would like to free her of having to continue telling that lie. Faith without work is dead, and neither one of us cares to put forth any effort to reconcile with the other. We are separate, as she put it, because she doesn't care to be my mother any more than I care to be her son. Neither one of us has had the desire to reach out to the other in a very long time, and I don't think that either of us anticipates that feeling ever returning. Speaking with my mother directly, in my experience, will either lead to some odd newfound moment of clarity in regards to how she was as my mother, or she retreats back to daddy to move forward with a conversation. And I'm tired of hearing my mother's truths. Newsflash, I'm not sure if people know, but standing in your truth doesn't make you noble.
All right. So he said, standing in your truth does not make you noble. So if we all remember when Mo'Nique was on Club Shay Shay, she spoke on, or Shannon Sharp asked her the question of, how is your relationship with your oldest son? So various articles have came out where it said that Mo'Nique had not only Shalon, but she also had a adopted son. As far as I researched, that adoptive son was from a previous marriage that she had with whatever man that she was with. Eric, I think the guy's name is Eric Jackson Jr. or something like that. And then, the father's name is Eric Jackson. So, previous stepson from a previous marriage. I believe he now lives in Texas as as an engineer. And, he didn't come out and say anything. So we're going to focus on what her biological son has said. Now, the video, if you guys saw my thumbnail, the thumbnail that I used was from, I guess, when Mo'Nique either was doing the BET Awards or maybe the NAACP Awards, where she brought son Shalon as a as a as her date or whatever for the night. Because Mo'Nique was pretty big in the black community at that point in time with the Parkers. Parkers was a prominent black sitcom that she was on, starring in alongside of Countess Vaughn, and they were setting the black sitcom world by storm. You know what I'm saying? Wasn't very many black sitcoms in the early 2000s. You know what I'm saying? You had Girlfriends, you had the Parkers, Moesha was about to go off air. What else? The Wayans brothers had just left television, I believe. Yeah, had just left television in the late '90s. There wasn't so it wasn't very many black sitcoms on television at, between like the early to mid 2000s. So so as we know, and we will be going over that, and I will be talking about Mo'Nique's statement that she made on Club Shay Shay about her wanting to be famous. If you guys heard something weird just now, I'm sorry for that. So she said on Club Shay Shay that she wasn't the best mother. So Shalon basically just said just a little while ago, before I stopped the video, that just because you're telling the truth doesn't make you noble. And I wanna speak about that real fast. Because it seems as though Shalon maybe has a distant relationship with his mother for some reason. Who knows what the reason is? And from what I know, from what I gathered, like from researching this all week, like their relationship, like pictures of them and stuff like that. I believe in one of Mo'Nique's comedy specials. I forgot when this comedy special came out. Yeah, I forgot when this comedy special came out, but there was a point in time before her two twin sons, I believe, were old enough. She spoke on how in the comedy special it was a joke she told about her son playing what was it, tennis or something like that? Yeah, I think it was tennis. And how Shalon was hanging around some gay guys from his school. So Mo'Nique asked Shalon, you like dick or you like pussy? And Shalon was told her in the joke, hey mom, don't get this fucked up. Like, so and so's a good person. Like, he's my friend. We're cool, but don't get it fucked up. I like pussy. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because I'm hanging around this gay dude, don't mean that I'm gay or whatever. I just wanted to say that part because some people, from what I saw on certain social media outlets, saying that he's sweet. But from what we know, from what he said, and I'll allow him to say that as well, that he has a daughter. I believe he has a girlfriend that he had the daughter with. So, you know what I mean? I guess he ain't gay, you know what I mean? Or the girl could be his beard, who knows? So with that being said, Shalon has a sort of a pent up resentment for his mother because she wanted to chase fame. And Mo'Nique told us why she wanted to chase fame because she said her words, she always had the dream to be famous, to be well known, to have her name uh known and out there. So she wanted to chase her dreams or whatever. So let's get back into this video. Let's see what else Shalon has to say.
I'm not sure if people are aware of that, but responding this way, I feel as though it allows me to say my piece uninterrupted. To those wondering, well, why say something now? Call it a form of therapy for me, I suppose. But when her daddy had intentionally stated that they have 3 sons, but his wife is on the internet talking about the 4th son in a video that has millions of views, that rubbed me the wrong way. But anyway, to inform a child that you are not interested in being a mother at a time when that kid is the only kid, that has the potential to lead a child to believe that you are not interested in them specifically. But to take it a step further.
All right, before he goes there, now I understand his pain. Because, he was the only child of hers for a long time until she got married for the third and last time. So, my dad's been married. Well, he says 2, but to me and my brother it was really 3 because we saw this ugly woman that he used to date as one of his wives. Hold on, side story for that, please. Hold on, I need to tell that side story. Pop, if you watching, mean no harm by this. I'm pretty sure that lady is doing well in her life now, but it doesn't negate the fact that when me and my brother met with my pop, when I was like maybe 12, 13 maybe, and my dad called my brother and said, "Hey, I want to see you boys. Do you think you guys can come down here and come hang with me?" So my brother was like, "Cool, I'll run it by Marcus." You know what I'm saying? So we was already going down that way, down his way, um, to go shopping for something. He was buying me something, it was something for school or something like that. So we get to my dad's house. So my dad, he's dating this woman whose family owns some land. My dad built a house on that land or whatever. He was dating a woman for a long time, so he built a house for both of them on the land. So me and my brother were going over there because my dad wanted to give us some leather jackets he wasn't wearing anymore. He just wanted to get rid of them. So he asked us if we wanted the jackets if they fit. So both jackets fit both of us. I didn't want mine for the simple fact that I wasn't really a leather jacket wearer at the age of 13. So I believe I told my brother he could have it or whatever. Or he could give mine away to somebody that might want it. So while we're there, my father wakes up his wife at the time, and she's like, "I'm asleep, leave me alone." He was like, "Come out here, I want you to meet my sons or whatever." So she's like, "All right, give me a minute." Man, this lady comes out in a bathrobe, black bathrobe. She got her hair all over her head, and she just looks like someone unleashed the Kraken. Like, that's how ugly she was. And when me and my brother left the house when he was dropping me back off home, both of us in unison down the road. Like, this was probably like 10 minutes after we left my dad's house. In unison, me and him start laughing hysterically. And we both look at each other and we keep laughing. So once we get a hold of ourselves, he asked me, "Are you laughing at the same thing I'm laughing at?" I said, "Are you laughing at that Pop got this ugly ass woman that he's living with?" And we both start busting out laughing again. And so later down the line, when I get older or whatever, when I'm around about in my 20s, we bring that back up to my dad, and my dad says, "Why didn't y'all like that woman I was dating? She was a nice woman, wasn't she?" We was like, "Yeah, but she was ugly as all hell. Like, you know what I'm saying? You could have found something better." So all of us start laughing. He was like, "She ain't look that bad." And we both looked at each other and was like, "Man, get the fuck out of here." Anyway, going back to Shalon. So it sounds like when he brings up Monique's husband, that there's some sort of animosity when it comes to him talking about Sydney. So, what could the animosity be? Could it be that Shalon felt like, you know, he wasn't getting enough attention anymore after his mother got married to Sydney, or was he feeling as though that his mom wasn't acting the same towards him anymore because of, you know, her having a new husband, her wanting to you know, entertain the new man in her life or whatever, and, you know, maybe her motherly duties fell by the wayside because she wants to create a, you know, a good relationship between her and her new husband, to where Shalon felt the brunt of that. So the one thing that I'm going to bring up tonight, and I want to bring it up now, where did the animosity come from, and when did Shalon decide to leave his mother's side? Like, when was it that Shalon made the decision that me being around my mother probably isn't the best thing for me to be around right now, for the simple fact that she has other things that she feels though is important to her right now. So I'm gonna go. I'm gonna, you know, fall by the wayside. I don't want to deal with this anymore. When was that his decision to leave? That's what I want to bring up tonight.
You also admit, my mother had also admitted to me that she didn't do the best job that she could do, which would also make one begin to question, you know, all of your past decisions and prior emotional interactions. But to be completely honest and fair, you know, those were things that I was willing to get over. You know, nobody's perfect, we're all human. But my mother showed a clear lack of humility, compassion, and consideration when taking any level of accountability for those things. My mother does a fantastic job of acknowledging a lot of things, but she doesn't take accountability very well, and anything that she may take true accountability for, it's only at her convenience.
But she seemed as though in the interview to tell Shannon Sharp that the relationship between you two aren't the best that she wants it to be. So once again, I'll ask, when did Shalon make the decision that maybe being around my mother isn't the best thing for us right now or at all. Also, what I want to add is that when Shalon speaks about his mom in this video, it's more so to me him trying to embarrass his mother. Because okay, we all got it that your mom didn't make the best decision when raising you at a certain point of your life. Possibly when you was a preteen. He's what, like 33 now, so we're talking about probably 20 years or whatever has passed since, you know, or 13 years maybe have passed. I said 13. 20 years maybe have passed since all of this has been going on. I think he was born between the years of 1990 and 91. So he's 33 now. And that would make when he would be 16 in 2006 when both her and like 15 or 16 when Sydney and his mother Monique got married. So, like I said, when was the decision made for him to not speak to his mother anymore? Because also around that time, a little bit after, Monique had the twin boys, or I believe, yeah, Monique had the twin boys, but then I believe her and Sydney adopted a little girl. Because I'm pretty sure Monique felt like, well, I'm having all these boys. Like, I want a little girl that I can, teach and bring up and whatever, and have her not, already, traumatic experience, a child that isn't hers that she adopted. It probably was an adjustment because it wasn't blood family that she was taking care of now. So my whole thing is that when was it that he felt neglected? When was it that pinpoint moment where he felt neglected by his mother? That's what I want to also convey tonight as well.
My experience. But if I had to guess, though, her interest in being a mother probably started around the time that she married her daddy and had his children. But that interest, obviously seemed one-sided, and as it should have been.
Okay, so he says it seems as though that she decided not to be a mother was when she married her daddy. But we have to put something in perspective. When the hell did Precious come out? Let me check that real fast. In 2009, Precious came out. So we're talking 3 years. So Shalon's 19. He's a grown man at this point. So they got married in 2006. So let's say, I believe the Parkers went off air. Let's check that as well. Because Mo'Nique was in a couple movies before Precious. So when did the sitcom The Parkers end? May 2004. So I believe so Mo'Nique had a movie with Keira Knightley in 2005, if not 2006. with Keira Knightley. I forgot what that damn movie was called, but like Keira Knightley played like a badass, and Mo'Nique was a something in that movie. It was kind of like her role was like a comedic, dramatic part though for her character or whatever. Then Mo'Nique was in Beer Fest. I forgot when that movie came out. I think that movie came out 2004. And I believe she did her stand-up gig. She was probably doing stand-up for a few years until she got the role of Precious. So Precious, I think Precious came out like spring of 2009. So that means in 2000, maybe earlier that year was shot, if not a year beforehand. Because you gotta remember, like before movies are released, some movies get made like a year to 2 years prior. Most of the time, some movies are made 5 years prior, and we as the public don't see them until they're released. So, so I'm saying all that to say this. I'm creating that timeline because of this. Mo'Nique said that she wasn't the best mother, but then Shalon then says that his mother, Mo'Nique, decided that she didn't want to be a parent anymore after she married Sydney. But we also have to put her other statement in question as well for Shalon to see if we can kind of pinpoint why Shalon feels this way. Because she says since she was a little girl, she wanted to be famous. So I'm guessing between the years of her having and taking care of Shalon, which is between 1991, of which Mo'Nique would have been 23, 24 years old. So a few years later, Mo'Nique is on Def Jam. She's also on a show called Snaps, which is like a roast show on HBO, if not Showtime. And then, she's probably doing comedy gigs and stuff like that. She's probably a feature comic, if not an opening comic at this time. So, okay, she has her career path, spearheading as she's taking care of Shalon. So, at the time, also, Mo'Nique was married to Shalon's father. Then they get divorced, and then between I think it said between 96 to 2001. So that means from 96 up until maybe 2000 when she got to LA. The second marriage was going on, which was with the Eric Jackson Sr. guy. She said that relationship was abusive. They got divorced in 2001. Then she's on the Parkers between the years of 2001 or maybe 2000 to 2004. It had a 4-year run, of which all black sitcoms, when bringing up a new, fresh channel and, TV station, the black talent gets first dibs at sitcoms and stuff like that. And then everyone else, once things gets established, those black sitcoms then leave the station so that then they can start bringing in their white talent or whatever. Happened with Fox, happened with the WB, happened with UPN. All of these. Hell, Zeus is doing it now. To where Zeus might, once they get their, no, Zeus is subscription based. No. So once Zeus will start getting their their funding right, which from angel investors or investors at all, and when they start selling ad space for commercials or whatever, then we might see those shows phase out, such as Baddies LA, Baddies South, and all that. We won't, see those shows anymore. They might be, more sitcom maybe, or some sort of, or they might take the reins of like a Skinamax or or HBO After Dark type of deal or whatever, from the way that they're how they have their channel. Anywho, so getting back into the whole Shalon and Mo'Nique relationship dynamic. Shalon basically feels as though that his mother wasn't there for him when in a time that he needed her, which I can understand. Around that time, you're in your mid-teens, you're gonna start going to prom pretty soon, and you're gonna graduate, and then you need the tools to figure that out by yourself. Like, how's it gonna be once I leave here, leave school? Will I, am I thinking about going to college? What college will I be going to? How far is it from my family? Stuff like that. Stuff like that, I believe he probably was processing at the time when she was probably at the time when she was, all right, that was weird. Anyway, probably around the time when he was trying to figure all that out for himself, she got married to Sydney. But it's something missing in what he's saying. Like, I looked at every video he came out with, and I still feel as though that there's something on his side he's not saying, of how he feels about his mother, but not just his mother, but his mother's marriage in general. I feel as though he's not saying something that is garnering this sort of response from him. So let's look further on and see what else he has to say about his mom.
By that time, I'm in my late teens, so to some degree, the the neglect becomes easier to hide or validate, I guess you could say.
Hold on. Wouldn't you like? Okay, I'm basing all this off of me when I say this. This is my own opinion. When I was in my mid to late teens, I was working. I wasn't really looking for my mom for anything. I wasn't really looking for my mom to, buy me stuff or whatever, because I was working. Whatever I could afford at the time, such as shoes, clothes, food and stuff like that, I was buying it myself. Plus, my mom told me once I started working, since you're working now, you can now do for yourself, which was a lesson she was teaching me for when I get out in the world. I can't just look for her to do everything for me. I have to, as a grown person, be able to do for myself. Worked out fine. Worked out fine because at the age of 18, I wanted to move out on my own. She she declined. She was like, "Nah, you're not ready to move out on your own, so you're gonna stay here until I let you know that you're ready because you're 18, you're just getting out of school, you got a good job now. You're not ready. Plus, you don't even have money saved up. How you gonna feed yourself? How you gonna get from month to month? Every year. How you gonna pay your rent if you have nothing saved? So I had to look at that. I'm like, you know what, Mom, you're right. I'm not ready to move out on my own. I don't have anything saved. I don't have the tools to be out on my own yet. Okay, so I stayed in the house for another 4 years, I believe that was. 18 to 23 is what? 5 years? 19, 20, 21, 23, 4 years. Well, 24. I didn't move out till I was 24, so 5 years. So I moved out at 24. I had the tools at that time. Just didn't have a good go at it the first time. First time, it was long story. But anyway, moved in with a girlfriend, and, whatever. So, my whole thing is, like I said, I'm basing this off of myself. You're looking at your mother neglecting you when, okay, fair point, but at the same time, it's like, you're practically grown now. Why are you looking for your mother to do stuff for you? I understand she's rich. She probably has $1 million or so in the bank. She got a nice house. You going to the nicest schools in LA. Prominent schools that you can, that's setting you up for the future. Maybe you can get into a nice college, or maybe choose to go to HBCU, and you want to see what that's about, what college life is about. Who knows? But if there was neglect before your mid to late teenage years, then I would say then he's right in this. But his mother was paying for the nicest schools to put him in so he can have the best education. As you can hear him, he's very articulate. He sounds very smart, and he sounds like he has a good head on his shoulders. Okay, that's due to Mo'Nique sacrificing, going out on the road every week to pay for the schooling, and also being on a hit black sitcom. So, we have that. But what I want to add is this. Next to him feeling neglected as, a young man, basically. I believe your mother, or I believe he said this, or he's going to say it. So how about I'll allow him to say it first before I give my thoughts.
Say there are now 2 baby boys in the house, that require attention. But still during that time, however, I still watched her enjoy the love and admiration of total strangers more than my own. To this very day, my mother has never expressed to me when, if ever, she became interested in me as her son. That did lead me down a path of questioning my self-worth and struggling to understand the value of a mother in a child's life.
Okay, so this is what I'm not understanding. That part right there. Okay, so there's two more children in the house now. You're in your mid to late, which these young children are your little brothers. at what point, and this is like, and I'll get to him saying that he had thoughts on the dynamic between their relationship and what does it all mean. I'll get to that. But I hear this a lot. And I used to hear this when I was a child and a teenager. When a child when a couple have their first child, that first child usually gets all the attention. That's usually the child that they put all the effort in to understand what parenting is all about. So once the other kids come, they they've learned from their mistakes. They've learned from what, not to be a helicopter parent or what have you. They're not, hovering over top of the kids so much. So let's say Shalon used to take forks and stick them in the socket, or try to stick them in the socket, and Mo'Nique would stop him. So now at this point that that his little brothers are here, she can now relax and know, okay, I need to put the silverware in a cabinet that I either can lock or they can't reach at this point, or I can try to, instill in these toddlers' heads that that's not okay, and I'll, make sure that they understand that mommy doesn't want them to do that. But when do you, with that being the older brother of two twin boys, your brothers, have the thought process of, does my mother love me at all? I'm not getting the same attention that these two little boys are getting now. I'm not getting that same attention that I used to get. Number one, you're grown. That's number one. You're a grown child. You can do for yourself. You can cook for yourself if you were taught, or probably had a nanny maybe, or a maid in the house maybe. You could probably say, "Hey Sheila, can you make me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?" Or I'm having some friends come over in a little while. Can you make us some food? I'm pretty sure maybe along the lines of that was going on in your life, because your mother is basically, a black superstar at this point. Everyone knows who she is in the black community. But where is it that you second guess your mother's love because you feel as though that your mother doesn't love you anymore, because there's now two little boys in not just her life, not just Sydney's life, her husband, but yours as well. I don't understand where he can't understand that. Like, these little boys are your responsibility now too. You have to teach your little brothers, as the older brother, what was instilled in you by your mother, if anything was. I'm not saying that nothing was, but let's go on with what he was conveying so far, that he feels though that his mother wasn't there enough for him. So could he have instilled or teach his little brothers anything that his mother taught him? Because you had 14 to 15, maybe 16 good years with your mother before your brothers came. Gotta remember, you shared a house with not just your mother, but with your mother's ex-husband and his son as well, possibly. So you had an older brother at a point in time that you could look up to. So, I understand what he's trying to, give to us as far as his hurt and his pain and what he feels as though that happened within his life. But one thing I'm not understanding
in the interview
is one thing I'm not understanding is him saying that he was rethinking his mother's love and admiration for him. Like, that's what I'm not understanding.
She also states that she gave me an apology, but an apology to a son from a mother that consciously showed no interest in him holds no weight. There are still women to this day that my mother will give credit to for being more of a mother to me than she ever could. Her assistant, my cousin, being one of them. Every time, though, that
Well, your mother was working. What are you wanting your mom to do? Your mother is going to work every day, shooting a TV show, which probably takes 12, maybe 16 hours out of her day. There's only 24 in the day. So 8 of those hours she's coming home to you. Maybe not most of the time. To where your cousin, her assistant, is then taking the reins of that. She's making sure that, you know, that the tuition is being paid so you can continue going to that school that she was paying for. She's making sure food is in the house so you can, you know, grab a snack or something to eat so you don't go hungry. And as well, she's making sure that you have some sort of supervision around you so you're not getting into dumb shit. So, plus, you know, he played tennis, so he had extracurricular activities that he was doing after school. And, you know, sounds like within the joke that I told earlier that Mo'Nique had about him, that seems like you had great friends around you too. So why does he think his upbringing was any less than normal? Because when I was growing up, for certain periods of time, or a certain period of time, my mom had a night job. Most of the times, my mom had 2 jobs. So I wasn't really seeing my mom all that much throughout the week. If I did see her, she was on the couch sleep, possibly getting ready for the next job she was going to. So the person who took the reins in the house at that time was making sure shit was straight and stable was my oldest sister. So my oldest sister was doing the cooking some of the times. My older sister was making sure that both me and my other or my middle sister was taking our baths at night, getting in bed at a decent hour, making sure that we was asleep before my mom got home. Most of the time. But he's basically bitching about what normal kids like myself growing up was going through. Like, I really didn't see my mom most of the times until the weekend. And you gotta remember, everyone's in school as kids between Monday and Friday. I'm getting out of school, elementary school, around about 4:30. Getting out of middle and high school around 2:30. So it's like, you know, what is it that he's not getting? It's like a lot of kids aren't getting a lot of attention from their parents because their parents are going to work, making sure that the bills are paid and you have a roof over your house. Thing is, your mother went the extra mile. She made sure that you was in a good school, making sure that your grades were up while she was living her dream. Now, it seems like to me that Shalon has an issue with his mother living out her dream. She was only trying to show you that you could dream as well. You can have a hit TV show one day if you so choose to have one. You could have a anything that you want if you work hard for it. I'm pretty sure she was instilling certain things in you while also not being around you. Your mother was gone because your mother wanted to make sure that you was good. It just wasn't her that or it was her that had, she had a responsibility to take care of, which was you. So since her responsibilities were being taken care of, maybe, okay, I can understand it. You don't really see your mom all that much because she's doing the TV show. Then on the weekend, she's gone to whatever city or whatever, so you don't get to see her. I'm pretty sure on most of those dates she had as being a headliner, when she became a headliner, I'm pretty sure she took you on, certain parts of her being on the road. I'm pretty sure you was with her. But, I'm pretty sure we won't get that explanation of his mom doing certain things for him like that. So I'm pretty sure you got to see the world with your mother. I'm pretty sure you got to do things that other kids like myself couldn't do because my mother didn't have the ends to do it. So, you know what I mean? Just sounds like a kid that grew up rich at a certain point in time that's now ungrateful for his upbringing. That's what it sounds like to me. So nobody get what I'm saying twisted. All I'm saying is that it sounds like to me that he sounds a little ungrateful for his upbringing.
My mother would state that she was right here whenever I was ready. That ideology still blows my mind today, that a person could openly admit to being an uninterested, not put my best foot forward type of parent and be so self-centered that they still express to the kid, you have to come to me when you're ready. You got to come to me for us to make this right. Okay.
All right. Well, case in point, right here. Me and my father never really had, during my teenage years, the best upbringing with him because never really saw him all that much. I can count on one hand how many times I saw my dad growing up. But towards the end of me about to graduate high school, he started to come around a little bit more. But I was more resentful than grateful because I didn't understand. I went off of more of the stories I would hear about him, about, when him and my mom broke up and all the shit he was doing while, trying, with my mom trying to take care of me. Heard all those stories. So hearing those stories, you get some sort of, as a child who, when you don't see your father all that much, you hold some sort of resentment for him. So I thought it was the end of the world when I was in senior in high school, when I called him one day and was like, hey, I don't really have the money to pay to rent my tux. Do you think you can, loan me a few, about, $100? That's all I need because it costs us $97 to get. I thought it was the end of the world when he told me no. First question he asked was, aren't you working? I said, yeah, but, I can't afford to get my tux. Well, why not? You should be saving your money. I got upset about it. I'm like, well, he should want to fucking buy this shit cause I'm supposed to be his son. I'm his last son, and I'm his last child. He should want to do that. He did it for my sister, and it's like, nigga, pull your skirt down. And I'm saying this to him. I got a whole rant ready for this shit because after gaining certain knowledge from hearing his side, hearing what Mo'Nique had to say, and then hearing what Sydney and Mo'Nique had to say, and then basically getting this ready for you guys, for me, I have a whole rant at the end of all of this for Shalon. And it's not me taking up for Mo'Nique because I have some choice words to say to both Mo'Nique and Sydney as well. But it just seems like he became a privileged kid, realized he was a privileged kid, and then when certain things didn't go right, that he wanted to go right, he got resentful.
But I'm not sure what my mother could possibly think that she has shown me in the past or have for me now that's not money, goodness gracious, that would make me want to come to her or whatever those feelings are supposed to be.
Well, the Bible does say, honor thy mother and thy father.
A mother is supposed to be the first woman that a boy falls in love with. I loved my mother very much, but my mother loved things more than she loved me. And
Your mother loved things because your mother didn't grow up with a lot. Your mother grew up lower middle class. Lower middle class basically means that the parents only have enough for, plus, during the times that she was born, 1967, I believe, she was born. 70s and 80s, that was still, the man's going out to make the bread and, bringing it home to, bust down with his wife and family. So there's one income in the house, taking care of the whole house. So I'm pretty sure your grandfather didn't have a lot of money to shell out for your mother and your uncles and your aunt to do, or to do extra shit with, because he didn't have the money. The only thing that he had the money for was the mortgage and the bills. You know what I'm saying? Once Christmas and birthdays and school rolls around, that's when your grandfather probably had to, bust his ass at work so he could provide new clothes, new shoes, and stuff like that. New book bags. If your mom and uncles and aunt had a new book bag every year. You know what I'm saying? Like, just certain things that I feel as though he's not looking at. I believe he's being very selfish with some of the things that he's saying. Okay, but I will say, Mo'Nique was selfish with the way she conducted her life later on with him. But, female comedian, one of the few black female comedians who are prominent. You know what I'm saying? It's not very many that we can name. Moms Mabley, probably Marsha Warfield, who was a prominent female black comedian in the 90s. I don't think there was one, really, to be honest. And then we have Mo'Nique. It's not very many. Like, she stands on the shoulders of black female comedians, and she was basically making history at that point. So, Dr. Martin Luther King, he had to sacrifice his family for a greater cause. Malcolm X had to sacrifice his family for a greater cause. Now, being famous, I'm not saying is a sacrifice, but being famous is a sacrifice because of what comes with it. Admiration, people, blowing smoke up your ass. You know what I'm saying? Oh my gosh, you're so great, blah, blah, blah. She had to deal with that. And then most of it she probably took in as, oh, they really like me and stuff like that. Like, I don't think he's really looking at it like that. She probably, from what she said when it comes to the combined or the conjoined Kings of Comedy and Queens of Comedy tour, that it was a lot of fuck shit going on. So, she had to be the tough person when it comes to that. Like, it's a lot your mom was dealing with. Like, no one's her employer but herself. So I don't think he's really looking at that as well also. So
she would validate her love for me by giving me things and would proceed to call me ungrateful or inconsiderate if said things did not have the desired effect. I couldn't imagine what it's like to be her, though, to ask God for what you want, and then he gives you what you need, though, only for you to ignore it and have the audacity to ask God for something else. And I'm glad I don't. I'm glad I didn't do that.
That was weird. Like, what did that mean? So, okay, so she asked God for you. She got you. Now she wants to ask God for other things. Okay, well, she completed one of God gave her one of the things that she asked for. So let's say that what he's saying is true, that she prayed to God to have a son one day. She then has you. She then has to have the responsibility to take care of you now. Since you're well taken care of, she wants to pray to God for something else because the one thing that God gave her is well taken care of now. So now she wants to pray to God for something else to bring into her life that she can cultivate at that point now. So it's like, I don't understand his logic behind this. Call her ungrateful all you want, but she did the best she could as a single mother. You gotta remember that. At a point in time, your mother was a single mother. Your mother divorced your father. So it's like, I'm not understanding that.
And when he told you no, you went to the universe instead. By no means, though, do I want to give off any type of an impression that I am a victim of anything. That's not the case. As you can see, I'm smiling from ear to ear. I'm alive. I'm happy. I'm a dad. I'm healthy, I think.
So, if you're all of that, where's all of this coming from? Doesn't really sound like you're that happy. Doesn't really sound like you're, But anyway, I think that kind of concludes that part of the video. Hold on, let me bring that back up so I can go to the next part of the video. So let's read the article that I had for you guys. Damn, I spent that long on that video. But let's see what the article has to say. So Mo'Nique's oldest son. So let's bring that up. So Mo'Nique's oldest son, Shalon Jackson, has spoken on their estranged bond following the comedian's viral appearance on Club Shay Shay podcast. In a nearly 10-minute TikTok video, Jackson responds to the portion of the interview where the precious star addresses her false narrative about her praying to the universe to reconcile their relationship. So now, we're gonna get into the next part or the next video. So here we go.
She's the one that
raised their
what you're expressing it for.
daddy. This is what I want to say to them. Okay.
be a wife or
Is this the
and she was taught these her son ability, and so I'm gonna
trying to get it.
see what she has to say. Let's get it.
You said your first son
Yes.
that you're trying to get it, but it robbed you of a lot of things of a mother-son relationship.
It did.
And so you made sure not to make the mistake this time around. What's your relationship like? Is he resentful of that?
We're still very much separated.
Okay.
And it's one of those things where you have to pray to the universe and say, let time do the healing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
Right.
That's it. Let time do that healing. It may heal it in time and it may not. And that's something that we as parents have to say, listen,
right.
I've done what I could do. I've taken accountability for it. Now it's up to you.
Right.
All right, well, let's take that. And that's something I had to come to grips with as well. Like I said, didn't have to, well, on my behalf, I felt as though that I didn't have the best relationship with my dad. Was very resentful towards him. I hated him at some points. Pop, if you're watching, it's no biggie. I don't feel like that now. Just when I was a child to a teenager, that's how I felt. So with me feeling like that from ages 8, I would say, to 24, I resented my dad to a point of where when my dad got married the last time, he asked me to be in the wedding. So the lady he was marrying, she had 3 kids of her own. It was basically the same, like her child dynamic was the same as my dad's. Oldest son, middle daughter, youngest son. So I had some step siblings at a point in time in my life. I was so resentful that my dad asked me to be in his wedding as one of his groomsmen, but I declined to go after a while. I was excited to do it, but then after a while, I was like, fuck it, I'm not doing it no more. Like, fuck this. To the point of where he basically asked, he said, look, you don't have to be in the wedding, but can you come? And I told him no. So the day of the wedding, certain pictures were taken that my brother and my sister took because they were in it. Picture was taken of where my brother wrote a caption on one of the videos that said, all of Marvin's kids except for one and the new additions. So I put in the comment section, case pending. My brother cussed me the fuck out that day. Like, he gave it to me. He called me and said, nigga, you know what? I'm tired of this shit. You know what the fuck your problem is? Your problem is that you keep having these bipolar ass moments where one day pop is pop, but then the next day you want to hate the man. Like, I understand he wasn't in my life as well, because my brother, with my brother's dynamic with my dad, his mom married someone, and his mother asked my dad to sign his rights over as a parent. So my brother is an adoptive son of a man, may he rest in peace. And legally, my father has no legal what? My father legally isn't my brother's dad, but biologically, he's still my brother's dad. But my brother laid into me, he said, your problem is that you hate the man for something that you can just sit down and have a conversation with him about why he did what he did. He said, I've done that. I've gotten the story of why dad did what he did with me. You need to do the same, and you need to get over yourself, because this shit is tired. Like, you're acting like a little child, and I think I was 22 at the time. He said, and you're 20. No, I wasn't 22. I'm sorry. I was like 20 or 22, 20 or 21, maybe 22. And he said, yeah, he said, you need to straighten up, like, because this shit is whack. Like, you missed your dad's wedding. He said everybody had fun. Everybody was smiling. My mom was there. All of our uncles and aunts were there. All of our cousins was there, and dad's new wife's family was there too. So you missed out on all of this when you could have met all of these people, but you wanted to be stubborn, and that's your problem. Like, he laid into me. But Mo'Nique makes a good point. As a parent, you can only do but so much. Of what my dad told us when we all had a sit-down meeting with him. He said, look, he said, there's nothing that I could do. I was paying child support on 2 kids, which means I had to work 7 days a week. So, point in time, he pointed at me, he said, point in time, you was playing football. I couldn't make those games because I was working. But I always wished that if, once you came to grips, that you would at least try and give me the relationship that I deserved from you. I'm about to cry. Let me chill out real fast. But he was like, at least, you're a grown man now. I was happy once you started dating the one girl that you reached out to me, said you wanted to start coming around and start, being around and stuff like that. And, I like that or whatever. So, I was only waiting for you to, make that step, of which that's all Shalon has to do. You're 33 years old. Just make the step. You have a granddaughter. You have a daughter. Why is it that the grandmother is neglected from seeing her granddaughter? I'm pretty sure, you send pictures just out of respect, but why is it that Mo'Nique is missing out on prominent years of her granddaughter's life from, speaking for the first time, taking her first steps, running for the first time, finding out what Barbie dolls are. Like, why is your mother neglected from those moments? The onus is on you now. It's not on your mom. You're a grown ass man now. You live on your own. You have a family now. The onus isn't on your mother. Your mother did all that she could to make sure that you led a good and fruitful life, of which you have. So now the only thing that she can do is hope that you come to grips with yourself, so then y'all can have the relationship that both of you deserve. Because your mother isn't working as much as she used to. You're a grown ass man now. Why is it that you hold so much? Why is it that you hold so much pain and anger? You can say he's not angry, but you know, I've learned how to say my angry words nicely as well. So you're allowing yourself to not allow your mother to be in your life because of what happened to you when you were younger. Hey man, when I was a child, I dealt with childish things. When I became a man, I'll set those childish things aside. That's what you need to do. I have an awesome relationship with my father now. Hell, me and my father are basically, from him not even having a hand in raising me, me and him are the same goddamn person. That's scary. From someone that was never around that much as a kid, to basically be almost exactly like him. I'm kind of a spitting image of him. I'm just more handsome. Hey, Pop, I'm only bullshitting. All right, I'm only bullshitting. But you know, I am more handsome than you, though. You can admit to that. But anyway, let's get back to the video.
That's like when somebody's saying, Shannon, I want to apologize to you. Now it's up to you.
Whether or not to accept.
But once I give it to you, I've done my part. And don't apologize like no punk. I'm just sorry for everything. That gets your of it. No, break it down. Let's go bit by bit so that way we know you understand the offense that you've done. Right. Now, I'm not saying because I've had to do that.
And she did.
Let's see. Oh, I can make this a part of part one, I believe. Hold on, because there's another bit in here. All right, that's the second part. So we'll get to the article and then we'll get back. So, going back to the article, Jackson, who is also a stand-up comedian, began by explaining he wrote down his response to avoid getting emotional or caught up when sharing his side of the story. Now, hold on. If he's going to get emotional, then to me that there was no reason to make the post at all. Now, yeah, you can write down everything that you're going to talk about and how you feel, but at the same time, it's like, if you would, okay, so saying that if you just freestyled it, you would have gotten emotional. Let's say you probably would have started screaming into the camera and stuff like that. Which means you haven't gotten over it yet. If you was going to get emotional, you haven't gotten over the resentment of which you hold for your mother, not for what your mother holds towards you, because it seems as though that your mother wants a relationship with you, but you're a grown man, so she can't make your decisions anymore. Only you can make your decisions. Same thing that my father waited for both myself and my brother to do. My brother's 11 years older than me, so he got to do it way before I did. But my brother's dynamic growing up was way different than mine. My brother had two parents in the household. He's well-rounded. Other than myself, I grew up in a single-parent household with my mother. So it's certain tools of the trade that I didn't have that he does. But it's certain. Now, Sean, if you watch this, text me and let me know if what I'm about to say is correct. Okay, so like I said, my brother growing up dynamic was different than mine. He had two parents in his household. I had one. So he's well rounded more than what I would be. He has more of the tools of the trade than what I had. I gained them later, but my brother has a certain or had not has had a certain resentment towards our father because he felt as though that he just gave him up without thinking twice. Now, Sean, you let me know if that's how you feel or not, or how you felt, because from hearing stories from my brother from when he was little, when my dad would have him, he would be hanging out with my dad, going over our grandparents' house, and my grandfather, may he rest in peace, wasn't our actual biological grandfather. I don't even know that man, nor does my father. But my brother would say, yeah, I used to come over the house, hang out with Pop, and he would put me in his boat, and I would be hanging out with them, and they'll be chilling and stuff like that. But this is when my dad was a young man. He was about 25 or so, something like that. When around the time when he had my brother. So, two young people having a child in the 70s at that, 78. You know, gotta remember what was going on at that time. Like, the women's liberation movement was very prominent. Uh, marriages were being broken up by by the droves. Like, broken homes were becoming prominent in America around that time. So I don't know, man. Like, it's just, like I say it all the time. Me in a certain relationship, we didn't really have a good go at it. Most of the time, I blame myself for some of the things that happen to us. But some days I don't. It's like, well, I just can't put the onus on myself for most of it. But I own, half of the blame. So I can only blame myself for the things that I could control and the things that I could have done better. So, saying this to Shalon, there's only certain things that you can control within your life. Now, you couldn't control what your mother was doing then, can't control it now, but you can control what you can you can control what you can control. So instead of holding resentment for your mother, why don't you just reach out to your mom and see where she is at mentally now? Because it sounds like she wants a relationship with you. So, moving on. In quotes, I would like to free her from having to continue telling that lie, detailed Jackson. Faith without works is dead, and neither one of us cares to put forth any effort to reconcile with one another. We are separated, as she put it, because she doesn't care to be my mother anymore. I care to be her son. Now, here's an issue, and I'll let the video play first before I give my my testimony.
Time. And I have a son that will be 30 years old this year, right? And there was a time that when he was a little boy, I wasn't interested in being a mother. I was interested in being a star. And I was interested in being famous. And I wasn't interested in being a wife. I was interested in taking pictures and red carpets and signing autographs and traveling the world. So,
and being a superstar. Now, you gotta remember, Shalon, all of this happened within what, like 5? No, not 5. 12 years of your life. Let's just say that. 10 to 12 years of your life. All of this happened. So it's new not only to you, but it's new to your mom. Because your mom wouldn't have thought that a large black woman would be a superstar. But she gave big black women, big beautiful black women like my mother, the confidence to be their big beautiful selves that they are. I remember when the Parkers was very, was new episode every week. My mother would tune in every week because she saw a reflection of herself. So for your mom to give confidence to women that are, overweight, telling the jokes, skinny bitches are evil. It, doing those jokes, it gave big women the confidence to be who they are and be comfortable in their skin. It's to the point to where now, people are basically going against the body positivity movement. I can understand for certain reasons because, some of them are a little overweight to the point to where it is affecting their health and stuff like that. But, if most of those women, if it doesn't garner them having to take medicine for them being as big as they are, and let's say that they, are healthy in a sense, then your mom has a you can not blame, but you can commend your mother for that, because your mother was a big beautiful woman and she gave the confidence to big women all over America. Hell, your mother did a special in a prison. So, she wasn't just giving women who are big confidence, but she also gave confidence to women who are locked down. Like, your mom was making moves out here. Like, your mom wasn't just out here just being funny. She was trying to be a beacon of hope. That's all she was being. Now, I can see her being wrapped into all of that, possibly having the neglect for you or whatever. You felt that. But maybe you should ask Malcolm X's kids who are still living, Martin Luther King's kids who are still living, how they felt as children, which all of them were young, so they probably don't have that much of they probably don't really have that much of a recollection of what was going on during that times, but at least, try to reach out to one of them and ask them, when your father, when your fathers was, being these prominent civil rights leaders, what was going on with you at the time, and how did you feel about him being a part of this movement? All you gotta do is ask them those questions. I'm pretty sure that they'll have a great answer for you. All right, let's let's continue on with this video.
I didn't really put the focus in. And now that I'm 52 and he'll be 30, well, I pay for that. There's a price you have to pay for that. And I had to apologize to my son because I said to him, I don't want you to think that your story is not valid because I didn't tuck you in. I didn't read you those stories. I didn't show up at sporting events because my whole thing was, yeah, but whatever you ask for, I can provide it. You see this big house? You see that basketball court out back? You see that pool? Don't you come complaining to me about nothing, because I gotta go. And when I did come home, now I'm tired. So now you don't understand that? So
that's something that kids deal with on a regular basis with normal parents in a normal life. When their parents come home from work most of the time, or their parent, if you live like I did in a single parent household, look, I had homework all of the time. I did ask my mom for help. Mom, can you help me with this? Can you ask so-and-so to help you? I'm tired. Like, yeah, it felt like neglect then, but I understand now because when I come home from work, I'm dead tired. So it's like, what am I supposed to do now? With my job, I have three whole days off. So if I won't be able to be with them during the week, at least they have the weekend with me. Now, that's not something that someone should be proud to say, but it's like, look, I'm tired. I'm pretty sure, plus with this homework now that they got, this shit is ridiculous. That, I probably wouldn't be able to help you with your homework because I've been seeing these math problems, and they're asking the kids these word problems, and these word problems are stupid. What was that damn question? I saw. Let me bring this up. Excuse me. Where is that? Where is it? Right here. Let's see the original post. Okay, so this person that I follow on social media. So it's a question that her daughter had to solve. It's a math problem. So it says find 12 minus 3, right? But here's the stupid way that they want the kids to do math. So it's 12 minus in a square is 3, and branching from that square is 2 other squares. On the left side, there's a 2, and then there's a blank square on the right side. Underneath of that, it's 12 minus 2 equals 10, which we all know that. But then it's 10 minus blank equals blank, and then it says, so 12 minus 3 equals what, right? It's like, the fuck is y'all talking about? Like, the question should be 12 minus 3, which equals 9. But they want them to go through a whole bunch of stupid shit in the problem for no reason. So I can understand how, these parents these days are feeling when it comes to helping their kids with their homework, because when I was growing up, there was simple math problems. They don't have simple math problems these days. These math problems are fucking outrageous. Like, one of the problems I saw as well was if Janie has 9 apples, but 3 of them was taken away, how many apples could she have had if her friends brought in five more apples? And it's like, what? What the fuck is they talking about? Like, what? And it's like, I don't understand, but I understand Shalon's resentment when it comes to that, because, okay, if he was like me in school, yeah, I paid as close attention as I could, but I was worried about going home and playing, a video game or whatever. Like, I didn't really, fuck with school like that. Until, when report cards would come and I would get drilled to, well, what you gonna do when so-and-so passes on to the next grade and you still in the same grade? Well, I don't know. I never thought about it. To where I had to straighten up. But I still was getting, bad grades. I was getting the whole gamut, A's through D's and E's and F's. Till I got into high school. That's when my grades picked up. So, I don't know. Shalon just sounds like he's hurt, but he doesn't understand why he's hurt. That's all I'm saying.
There was a time that this entertainment was the priority. Because as a little girl, I wanted to be famous, baby.
So first off, I want to say that.
All right. So, moving on with this. So Shalon continued to explain that neither party has reached out to one another in some time, adding that Monique's current husband does not acknowledge him while she discusses their troubled past in the viral interview. Neither one of us has had the desire to reach out to the other in a very long time, and I don't think either of us anticipates that feeling returning. He said, adding, "I'm tired of hearing my mother's truths, my truths newsflash. Standing in your truth doesn't make you noble." But, hold on. Don't I got another video? Oh, I see what I did. I wasn't supposed to go that far with that first video. Hold on, I gotta go back. I gotta see where I went wrong. Okay, boom. So the second video. Hold on, I think there was a third part to that. There wasn't. Okay, so I did that wrong. I did that entirely wrong. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I see what I did. I didn't. I'm good. It's just, yeah, I got 2 more videos. Okay, I'm good. I thought I jumped ahead. All right. So yeah, he says that standing in your truth doesn't make you noble, right? So this is the video where Monique and Sydney address Shalon's claims. So here we go.
Okay. So when she says what she...
Hold on.
Okay.
Well, let's jump right into it.
My son, my oldest son, Shalon. And this is what I want to say to this. There are some people that are saying, oh, you should be ashamed of your mothering skills. You should be ashamed of yourself. This is what I'll say. Let's let it play out. Because the same ones that said to me, I was crazy, I was deranged, we watched it play out. So just like with my son, we'll watch this play out. And I do want to address this though, Shalon. When you say her daddy, then that's when mommy gonna say stop playing, because you know this has been Uncle Sid your whole life. Uncle Sid knew you before you knew you. So for you to say her 3 sons, yes, you're absolutely right. He has 3 sons. He can't claim you as his son because he's always been Uncle Sid, and he knows your daddy very well.
And love that brother. And the irony of all of this is not what is said, but what's left off.
Yes.
See, you're leaving off the fact that the last time we laid eyes on you, your mother got you everything you needed for the newborn baby about 3 years ago. You're forgetting about how I, from Georgia, am talking you through getting your car after we gave you the half the down payment for it. And you were 31 years of age, 32 years of age at that point. And I'm negotiating the deal with the dealer for you as you sit there. And you have the vehicle you're driving right now because of your mother. These are the things that you're leaving out when you're expressing what you're expressing in reference to your mother. You're not expressing the relationship that you have with your father, where you spoke ill to him, not to mention spoke ill to your mother, but somehow your mother and father and I all have a loving relationship and communicate back and forth because of the love that we have for you.
Okay, as I said, I thought that Shalon was leaving something out. But in the course of what he said, that, you know, Shalon felt as though that she would throw things onto him and basically told him to be grateful. Now, I understand that as well. But this is one thing that I'm not understanding, or I just got clarity to understand, was that your mom helped you all throughout the way. She helped you to the point of that she gave you the money to buy yourself a car that you're driving right now. No one who I feel as though that has resentment for anybody would take money from them. So, you know, we'll put a pin in that. We'll get back to that. Also, I wanna also bring up is, you know, Mo'Nique saying that you're saying that, you know, you're calling this guy you know, daddy or whatever, but it's like he knew you before you knew yourself. This has been Uncle Sid since you've been a child. So where does that resentment come from? And it's making even more sense for the simple fact that he made several videos about this, but he hasn't yet tried to make us understand his life's dynamic. Like, it's like he's leaving something out as a cry of help so that his mother can reach out to him and ask him, hey, sweet baby, like, what do you think that you need? Hey, sweet baby, what is it that I can do for you? Like, I don't know, like, all of this is coming from when he's trying to, I guess, air out his mother, but he's leaving certain parts out to make himself look good. I could be wrong on that. I don't know. But let's get back into the video.
The one thing these individuals, and to the individuals out here that oftentimes speak after they've heard one side of the story. There's an old saying, believe half of what you see and none of what it is that you hear. Please don't take our word for it, but what we will convey is this. Those who are parents and have raised their parents up to being adults.
Your children. Raise their children up to being adults.
Right on. Those who are parents that raise their children into adulthood know that there comes a time and a place in which they determine their own decisions, their own path. You can have multiple children that are raised in one house, but they act and they take on different things.
I like that point. And I just said that as well. That once a child becomes an adult, everything is on that child now. It's not up to a mother or a father anymore. It's up to the child of those parents that is now an adult. As I conveyed to you guys, didn't have the best relationship with my father. Held resentment. To the point of where I had to check myself, just like Shalon has to check himself. Because you now have a daughter. The grandmother of your daughter seems as though that she wants to be in your daughter's life, but you're not allowing that to happen because of some resentment you still hold for your mother. So if I'm looking at this correctly, you hold so much resentment that you took money from these people, of the people you resent, so you could buy maybe a newer car or a better car, because now it's not just you that you have to think about. You have to think about your family now, which is your girlfriend or wife and your daughter. But no one I know, or no one at all who resents someone, would take that money from people that they resent or that they dislike. Which seems to me that this was a cry for help. Or a cry for, I want my mother to be in my life because of whatever reason. That's what I'm seeing it as. So, I could be wrong. I could be telling the truth. I don't know. I'm not Shalon. So, I'm just asking questions.
The reason why it was so important for us to entertain these conversations that we typically have privately, or that we're influenced to have privately amongst the people in our community, is because we need to stop being embarrassed about being human beings and about being Black human beings. You will oftentimes hear,
as you can see, Mo'Nique said the story to I think that was David Banter, and to also Shannon Sharp. Look, I don't feel as though I was the best parent because I was dealing with being famous. Like, I'm on red carpets, taking pictures, I'm going around the world, stuff like that. People are noticing who I am, and it feels good to me that these people know who I am. That's all that I see is the tipping point for Shalon to be like, I don't want nothing to do with her anymore because I've dealt with this too long. Or she doesn't love me for this reason because of her wanting to be famous. Whatever the issue could be. But it's not up to your mom anymore. It's your problem. You deal with it however you feel as though that you want to deal with it. Because if you saying, end quote, this is him saying this, neither one of us has had the desire to reach out to one another in a very long time. And I don't think either of us anticipates the feeling returning. Or, my nigga, you can do this. Instead of you saying that you don't think that either of you guys was going to reach out to one another, how about you take the first step and do it yourself? Because if it seems to me that you just sound like a how can I say this, a ungrateful rich kid. People, we're getting close to my rant. All right, we're getting close to it, and me holding this shit for as long as I've been holding for. I've been on this topic for 2 hours and 16 minutes. I should have been done this already, but you know, it's a lot to unpack.
Hear us saying we are embarrassing ourselves in front of them. Who is them?
Who are they?
Because when you hear someone articulate these things, that is the slave's mentality. It makes us believe that we as Black people need to conduct ourselves with dignity because white people are watching. You should conduct yourself with dignity because the spirit of you is watching. But we need to have these conversations out loud and taboo because we have a finite period of time together here on this earth. You will travel through infinity with the spirit that you have all alone, and you will not remember the ridicule that you receive, but you will be judging yourself. You will be determining for the rest of your life which way that you go as you have thus far. So this conversation is about speaking directly to what situations are. And many people oftentimes, when they are presented with an issue, they stay quiet, they hide, they disappear. And what we're saying is that's not who we are, because what you cannot do is you cannot trick an honest person.
Come on.
You can demean, you can say whatever you want to say about them negatively, but what will happen is truth has a way of standing the test of time. I forgot to have my phone to read the last text message that I gave to you, Shalon, where I told you about the understanding of how you are speaking to a woman and how you as a man and how you perceive things may be completely different from how your wife, how your mother, how your sister, how your daughter will look at things. And when you learn how to communicate a little bit better, then things will happen a little bit better.
They lost their connection, so
if we have more public conversations, there will be less private angst.
Come on.
There will be less private issues that we carry on because we're afraid to communicate in front of white folks.
So when we get to a place where you want to be free, you will stop being scared to say what's real.
Now, by taking that, and to put even to Monique's words, that does what it sounds like he is. He sounds like he's a scared little boy because he feels as though that if he does take that step and it's not matched by Monique, that he will feel that it was all for nothing. And the thing is, you gotta take that leap of faith, homie. Like, you don't know what's gonna happen. I didn't know what was gonna happen when I said, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna take that leap. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna start creating a relationship with my father. I didn't know what the fuck was gonna happen. I didn't know if this motherfucker was gonna tell me, get the fuck out of my face. I tried and you didn't want to do this and I ain't got the time to do it anymore. Like, I didn't know what was gonna happen. But when I took that leap and I started being around them more, started to see where I get all my shit from, try to understand why my mom used to always tell me, just like your damn father. And, you know, to the point of where, well, I was. Like, I was just like my father. It's like, damn, for a woman to know me for so damn long and to know someone who she dated for however long that she dated, I don't know how long my mom and my dad dated for, but to, you know, for her to know this dude as long as she did, to say that I act just like him, and then me saying I act just like him. Like, I didn't understand it as a child, but now that I'm a grown man, I do. I act just like him. I'm as stubborn just like him. I cuss just like him. I I act just like him. When it comes to certain like my stuff, like my personal belongings, I act just like him. So it's like, it just seems as though that Jalon seems scared that if he feels, because it sounds like he's been going through therapy for, so it seems as though that when he feels as though it's time to make that leap, he's going to be the most scaredest person in the world. Like, he's gonna act just. Everybody, take the scene from Spike Lee's Malcolm X movie when Denzel Washington playing Malcolm X first meets the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's what I feel like Shalon is going to be. He's going to be crying his eyes out because he doesn't know how to feel about trying to create this relationship with his mother. So, I guess we'll see if it happens.
You'll stop being fearful of having conversations that normally take place in private and nobody ever really knows the outcome. And from there, when you were saying earlier about how we're looking in front of white folks. When I do hear our brother Greg Mathis say, the studio is watching y'all and the executives are watching y'all, so what?
If the executives are watching closely, the individuals that would want to interact with us are those who are engaged and are in alignment with what is true. See, the first question would not be Stephen A. Smith.
All right, that ends that because they started getting into everybody else that was saying something about him. So let's get back into the article. He continued to add, responding this way allows me to say my piece uninterrupted to all those wondering why say something now? Question mark. Call it a form of therapy. Later sharing that Mo'Nique admitted to him she did not do her best job. Now, if your mother admitted to you that she didn't do the best job as a mother, then you have that as a foundation. You can use those broken pieces of a foundation and you can then fill in the cracks with trying to reach out to her, to start to come around her more. Maybe start by just doing holidays, like the major holidays, like Thanksgiving and Christmas. Only being around them around that time, and maybe Easter as well. And then just, once the relationship gets better, start by coming up unannounced, maybe. Or calling, hey, I want to spend the weekend with you guys this week. Me, my girl, and my child. Or if she's in your city performing, go out and hang with your mom at the show. Go in the green room, hang out with her. You're gonna see her for periods of a time, but you can get to watch your mother perform like you never got to when you was a child. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Who knows? But it's just something to think about. It's just, I feel as though that he's not actually listening to himself. That's just what I feel. So, also, end quote, to be completely honest and fair, those were things that I was willing to get over. Nobody's perfect. We're all human, but my mother showed a clear lack of uh, humility, compassion, and consideration when taking any level of accountability for those things, of which she admitted that she was wrong. So I don't know where you got that from. My mother does a fantastic job of acknowledging a lot of things, but she doesn't take accountability very well at anything that she may take true accountability for is only at her convenience in my experience. All right, I don't have nothing to say to that. When speaking to Shannon Sharp, let me bring that picture up for you guys. When speaking to Shannon Sharp, Mo'Nique confessed her plan to let time do the healing. With her and her son's fractured connection, it may heal it. It may heal it, and it may not. And that's something that we as parents have to say, listen, I've done what I can do. I've taken accountability for it. Now it's up to you. The 56-year-old continued to explain. Elsewhere in the nearly 3-hour interview, Mo'Nique spoke about her relationship with Tyler Perry, Oprah, Cat Williams, and more. Watch Shalon Jackson's TikTok below in the full episode of Club Shay Shay. So you guys can do that on your own. So I have another part to this that I got from, I have no clue where I got this from. Hold on. From Chichester News. So title is A Call for Understanding and Reconciliation. So his decision to open up about their relationship issues signals a desire for reconciliation and understanding. The public is curious to see how Mo'Nique will respond and whether it led to a reevaluation of her priorities. He's a grown man. He's not her priority anymore. To the point of where she responded, I believe, Wednesday. And she says, "Hey, sweet babies. Here are the receipts from a mother who allegedly does not love her son. We are sharing this with you, Shalon, in the community. Some will completely get it, others won't. We love us for real." All right? So I'll stop there. The case highlights the complexities of family dynamics and the importance of communication, empathy, and compromise in resolving conflicts and rebuilding relationships. So this is what she shared. I need to blow that up for myself because I can't see it that well. Can I blow it up? All right, this ain't acting right, so I'm gonna have to bring it back up. All right, here we go. All right, here we are. So here's the text messages. I have no clue who was who, but I'm guessing she's in the green. So this is what it says. I'm not sure where this comes from, but we'll start at December 5th, 2020. Hey, baby, just checking on you. Hey, baby, just checking on you. Hey, man, good morning. Hey, baby, did you mean to send this to me? LOL, man. Love. Hey, Ma, good morning. My phone auto-corrected Ma and put man, LOL. LOL, that damn autocorrect. All right, so moving on. Let's blow this up. Hey, now, and I see you. Hey, baby, you good? I will call you tomorrow. I'm going to bed. LOL, your mama getting older. LOL, love y'all. So that's Shalon saying it. Hey, sweetness, I'll. Hey, sweetness, I hit you later tonight. Okay. What does that last part say? Hey, baby, I'm going to call you when you get back home. We out with. Oh, that's too damn large. We out with blah 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 to talk to you tomorrow. Hey, mommy, I wanted send tough some flowers and stuff just cause. Can you help me pick some stuff out because I have no idea what I'm doing? LOL. Hey, my baby, of course I will. Give me a couple of hours to call. Hey, ma, have ever heard of hyperhidrosis? It is excessive sweating disorder. Hey, my baby, no, I've never heard of that. I will research it. Hey, my baby, sorry I missed your call. Can we talk tomorrow? Call me when you go on break if you can. Love you. Yeah, what is hyperhidrosis? All right, so I guess that's him just taking a picture of himself. Yes, you look so handsome. You better say that shit, love. Let me know when your break starts. Hey, my baby, how are you today? I'm okay. Been overwhelmed these past couple days working through it, but talking with Nicole, this hasn't been the best sales week so far, and I've been feeling more anxious about it than usual. Nicole has been helping me chill out though sometimes she's the reason for the stress. LOL. Hey, my baby, let's talk when you get off. Can I call you in 30 minutes? Hey, baby, can you give me an hour? That's cool. Hey, my baby, you up? I hope she don't really talk like that in text message. That's pretty. That's pretty wild that she talks the way she does in text messages that she does in real life. Um. Hey, my baby, please know you still sleep. However, when you wake up, I want you to have an awesome day. Yes, ma'am. How y'all doing this morning? Amazing. My appointment with the DMV is on May 7th, so I can start this process for my license. I have 3 derogatory strikes on my credit. I will clear up 2 of them at the end of the week. Just telling you my to-do list. LOL. I know you will. I know you will get it done. Let's go. Love. All right. See some more. I don't know where this comes from, Jamaica, but how y'all doing? We're doing good. Cooking a late night dinner. Salmon, salad, and rice. The doctor's appointment went well. We met one of the midwives. I guess this is around when his child was about to be born. Wonderful, my baby. Did you hear my baby's heartbeat again? Remember Jamaica? Yes, ma'am. Of course, I remember Mr. Jamaica. How's he doing? And the baby's heartbeat is strong. We forgot to ask the BPM. He's doing good. Still look the same. Just got older. It's been 15 years since I've seen him. Is Nicole getting bigger? Our next appointment is June 11th for an ultrasound. So I guess Nicole is either his girlfriend or his daughter. I don't know. I don't know where that comes from, but moving on along. Okay. Now you see how I feel when I get this technology shit. Super cheese. LOL. I guess this is his side. Maybe I don't know. Hey, my sweetness. Hope y'all having an amazing day. We are on our way to get some raw food. Yummy. I don't know what that is right there. Done my interview or whatever he says. Okay. That's your mama. Hey, mommy, are you awake? Hey, mommy, are your eyes feeling? What? Hey, sweet baby, I haven't forgot. I'm just trying to get myself together. Hey, sweet baby, I will call you after we speak with Tamika and Thomas and her father. We talked to them at 7 p.m. this evening. We got y'all back, you and Nicole. So I guess that's her conveying that they had an interview. Moving on. This is very long. Here we go. Remember today, and this is Uncle Sid. If you don't change your immature ways, you're going to lose. If you don't change your immature ways, you will lose, my man. We can't be mad at you, but we're definitely sad for you. How do you go from putting your mother on hold when generations of family are able to see Sine on Nicole's side, but you gave no instructions to Tuffy or your mother as to when they would or could be able to see Sinai until after Tuffy brought this fact to your attention. Interestingly, you're a man now, but you were a little boy just days ago as you needed me to walk you through getting a car. So I guess this is a text message that Sydney was talking about. The items for the baby you wouldn't even have if your mother, Tuffy, and I didn't care enough to do that for you and Sanaa. So I guess Tuffy is his dad, maybe. I don't know. Is Shalon's dad. You need to be rescued from your apartment weeks ago by Tuffy, but you cuss her. Oh, I guess so. I guess Tuffy is a friend. I don't know who the hell Tuffy is. Tuffy's somebody important to all of them. But you cuss her out days ago. What's wrong? Damn, what did you cuss her out for? All right. So those are all the text messages that that Mo'Nique put out to to show us what I guess the whole relationship is all about, I guess. So getting into this last video is Shalon giving his response back to his mother from this interview that they, well, not interview, but video that they did. And why can't I move this over? And it's him basically giving another response back to this video.
Why did you video someone?
Okay, sorry for that.
All right, so I'm just gonna get straight to it. Hi, I'm Shalon. So I find it unique that my video was in response to my mother and not her husband, but yet he still had the most to say, which isn't uncommon. I also found it unfortunate that my mother does not seem to speak on her own. The only two worlds that I know where daddy is used is for children speaking with their fathers and women acknowledging their pimps. Her husband starts off by literally doing.
Well, your mother might just have a pimp ass nigga that she just so having to marry. So, God deal with it.
The very thing that I said that they would do, which honestly kind of made me feel as though their response was ironic because they validate my original video. Either A, she has some newfound moment of clarity, or B, she retreats back to daddy. In her retreat back to him, though, he does not acknowledge what I did say, but instead begins to create a new narrative of things that I did not say, which negates the effects of a response video. The two of you essentially created a new video rather than actually respond to what was actually said. You also brought up my father. My father, though, is not doing interviews talking about me. In quick regards to the 3 sons comment, under the context in which your husband was speaking, by your rationale, Ma, he should have easily had no problem saying 4 sons, especially since you say he knew me before I knew me. The two of you can sometimes come off as seekers of weak levels of empathy from others while at the same time sidestepping any accountability that one may need to take. To attempt to address what I said to another man while also trying to make your wife victim number 1 has nothing to do with you. My father did not need you to speak for him. You're her daddy, not his. My mother has been speaking on our relationship for years, so to imply that only one side of a story was told when there are several articles and interviews throughout the internet discussing my strained relationship with her, filled with quotes from your wife speaking directly about me, while also providing vague context and downplaying the impact of an uninterested mother.
He has resentment for Sydney. It's not that he has resentment for his mother. He has resentment for Sydney, and it makes sense now because he has an issue. Look, from the first video to this video, you can see that he wasn't as hyped as he was. You know what I'm saying? Like, he wasn't that hype in the first video he posted. This video, he's talking faster than usual, which means he's upset at something. So, if he's upset, right, and he possibly holds resentment for Sydney, then, look, dog, you gonna have to talk to both your mother and Sydney to resolve whatever the hell you're going through. Because honestly, just going back and forth on the internet when you can just pick up the phone and talk to them, either via FaceTime or you can fly out, to I don't know where she lives. Maybe she lives in LA still, but maybe you need to have a face-to-face conversation with the both of them.
33 years old and have had ample opportunity to go to the media and tell some BS story for a BS amount of money, but instead I am on TikTok expressing my feelings for free. If the two of them were paying attention, I literally explained in my first video why I am responding using TikTok, and I should not have to repeat myself. My mother also states there are some people that are saying, oh, you should be ashamed of your mothering skills. You should be ashamed of yourself. This is what I say. Let's let it play out. Because the same ones that were saying, oh, I was crazy, I was deranged, we watched it play out. So just like with my son, we're going to watch this play out. First of all, who the hell is we if it ain't you and I reconciling our relationship? Second of all, it's power in a word. Nobody is playing, but I can understand why you would use that word specifically. As you stated in the Cliché interview, you had the mentality of a 15-year-old child. You required a man to raise you, and you were acting like a little girl. These are your words. It doesn't matter what context I have them in. This is how you thought of yourself as a grown adult who was someone's mother. Last time I checked, Mo'Nique fans,
you got to remember your mom's life. This is one thing I feel as though that he's not being sensitive about. And this is one thing I feel as though that he's neglecting as well. Shalon, your mother has came out numerous times and said from the ages of 8 to maybe 13, your uncle, your oldest uncle, was sexually abusing her. So, the rationale of the reason why your mom acts the way that she acts is probably because of that reason. She cannot be blamed for that she was sexually assaulted by a family member. That's not nothing that she can bring, that she can go back in time and change because it's happened. So the reason why she probably said that she feels like a 15-year-old girl is because maybe at 15, your grandfather quietly gave up on her. Or maybe all the family within a whole. This is one thing I feel as though that he's being insensitive about, for the simple fact that your mom wants a relationship with you. The thing is, you're a grown-ass man. She can't call up and demand that you have a relationship with her. You have to want the relationship with her. Everybody, Durant's almost here. For the simple fact that she can't tell you what to do anymore, and this is what it's sounding like he wants her to do. It sounds like he wants her to basically tell him how he should feel, how he should be running his life, and how he should feel when it comes to their relationship. He should be happy for this. This is what I feel as though that he's not understanding. It sounds like some little boy shit. Now, the rant's not here. This is the pre-rant. But this is crazy, yo. Like, for him to come online and get so damn hyped to the point to where he's not really understanding his own words.
A 15-year-old grown adult who acts like a child but is in search of their daddy, they don't typically make efficient parents. But hey, I could be wrong. On a more serious note, to sit there and allow your daddy to address my mental health in a weak attempt to pass my response off as a moment is disturbing and insulting to those of us who do.
Well, he probably had a moment. Like, to somebody who probably doesn't have a mental disorder, meaning Sydney, everybody. For someone to, okay, he did, all right? He brought up that you had a mental disorder. But he wasn't being insensitive about it. What he was trying to allow you to understand. That's all.
We have mental health.
Y'all, look, I'm about to unleash a whole bunch of shit.
Issues. The way I presented myself was no different than my mother and her daddy presented themselves when addressing D.L. Hughley. And her precious sweet babies ate it up. D.L. is wrong because he's so loud. Mo and daddy are right because they're so calm. But I, for some reason, don't get the same energy. To simply try to call me crazy is dismissive and cowardice. Attacking somebody's mental status is a clear sign that you have zero to stand on. Furthermore, what kind of...
Because it's making it sound like you're holding your mental disorder as a crutch. You have the mental disorder. That doesn't mean that you can then tell people how that they can convey information to you. You have it. Own it. It's yours. Take it. It's yours. It's something that you have to deal with, not them. They just can help you through it, of which you don't want their help.
kind of person still has a text message from their wife's son that is over 2 years old, still in their phone, saved just for the purpose of re-showing it to him? What I specifically remember about that message is that at the end of it, you said something along the lines of, if you don't respond, I understand. I could care less about what your message was about. But for you to say in the message, if you don't respond, I understand, why was it then that when you and I did speak, after that message was sent, the first question out of your mouth is, hey man, how come you didn't respond to my text message? I found that to be very unique. But
Well, Shalon, because your mother probably had it to where she thought that she wanted you to respond. The if you don't respond, I understand, is just her saying out loud to herself that if you don't respond, then I understand. But knowingly in her heart, she wants you to respond. So for you to then come up here and be like, well, I found that crazy that she said that if you don't respond, I understand, but then called me talking about, well, why didn't you respond? Nigga, she wanted you to respond. That's why. Right? Any smart person can look at that and be like, oh, well, I guess she wanted me to respond. But you didn't give her that grace.
I did not need an explanation on how to speak to women or how to listen to women. That was not what that situation was about. My mother showed me how conceited she is in that situation that you were referring to. For a woman to villainize.
Sounds like you're being real conceited too by not wanting a relationship with your mother. But then coming online, talking about, yeah, well, my story is this because she was never around and I had to deal with this type of shit and I have a mental disorder because of it because I can't trust people all that much because I can't even trust my own mom. People, this is just the pre-rant.
The actions of her son for being a man and a father to his new family simply because she had not heard from him in 2 days, as though her phone was broken and she could not check on me. Because last time I checked, I was a new parent. I didn't get a new house. I didn't go on vacation. I didn't just get a new game system. I had a baby. And in those 2 days that you did not hear from me, I was handling my business as a man and a father. But I'll assume your phone and the phones of those around you were all broken, which I wanted to believe was the reason why you did not respond to a message from your son expressing his concern over some bumps that your grandchild had on her back. You would later make it your business to
Okay, that sounds reasonable. I can understand how he could be upset that his mom didn't respond to him in an orderly fashion to where, he has to possibly now take his daughter to the hospital to then find out what could these strange bumps be. Of which, your doctor or your mom could have just told you, well, it could be the detergent that you're using on your child's clothes. They could have sensitive skin to whatever detergent that you're using. You might have to then use a different detergent that is for sensitive baby skin, or the baby might need medicine. So I can understand him being upset about that because first child, you got the first child jitters. Everything that's going on and happening with the child, you're freaking out about it because you're a new parent. Because you don't know what to do. Now, I can understand that part. All right? So, pre-rant has nothing to do with this. All right?
tell me that you got the message and chose not to respond because her other grandmother is a nurse. Damn the fact that she is also your blood. And shout out to Nana. My baby girl loves her some Nana. The statement about money and then stating,
that was just childish.
Don't let nobody introduce me to you is not a competent statement to make because it wasn't a complete sentence, nor did the two things correlate with each other. And when did you have the time to introduce yourself to a son that you weren't interested in and didn't do the best job you could do? I'm starting to think that you're not hearing yourself. To address money, you gave me $10,000 for a down payment on a car. Yes, thank you again. Thank you. My girlfriend and I were already prepared to put our money together and get a car. You and your husband called us one day and stated that y'all were going to give us $5,000 for a down payment. We said, okay. You then called us back a day or two later and stated that you would be giving us $10,000 for a down payment on the car. You and him made
Which she didn't have to, but okay, keep going.
the conscious choice to give us that money. We did not ask you for anything, but this is an example of a rich person doing something for you, and because an example of a rich person doing something for you because they want to do it for you, but because it doesn't have the desired effect that they want it to have, you are inconsiderate and ungrateful. But let's take it a step further.
Or I can just go back to that message that Sydney sent where he said that you cuss somebody out. So let's reread it. Remember today, and this is Uncle Sid, if you don't change your immature ways, you're going to lose, my man. We can't be mad at you. We can't be mad at you, but we're definitely sad for you. How do you go from putting your mother on hold when generations of family are able to see Sinai on Nicole's side, but you gave no instructions to Tuffy or your mother as to when they would or could be able to see Sinai until after Tuffy brought this fact to your attention. Interesting. You're a man now, but you were a little boy just days ago when you needed me to walk you through getting a car. The items for your baby you wouldn't even have if your mother, Tuffy, and I didn't care enough to do that. Now here's the kicker. You needed to be rescued from your apartment weeks ago by Tuffy, but you cussed her out days ago. What's wrong? Now, this sounds like a man that Sid is talking to who sounds like he gets into little he gets beside himself every so often. As my brother used to say about his stepdaughter, you smelling yourself a little bit. So you had no idea how to get a car. You're 30 years old and you didn't know how to get a car, which is strange because I knew how to get a car when I was 18 years old. That's the crazy part. Secondly, you then I guess you held your daughter from your mother being able to see her, but everybody on your girlfriend's side of the family can see your daughter whenever. That's strange. That's something that I took away from that was very strange. And not only that, I guess he was talking tough as a man to both Sydney and Mo'Nique, but then just days before that, he was a little boy to me. Hey, can you help me get this car? I don't know what I'm doing. What? But I digress.
I eventually would uncover that my mother had left me a UTMA worth $45,000. You never brought that account to my attention. You claim it was because you forgot that you even set it up in the first place, which validates my original point. Who forgets that they invested $45,000 into a child that at that time is the only child? When I was homeless, and I called you to help me figure out how to access the account, you said, Shalon, I don't even know what you're talking about, and if I did, why do you think I would help you? After finding out from the Georgia Department of Revenue and sending me mail to 3 separate Georgia addresses, all of which I lived at with you at some point or another. For the life of me, I can't grasp how those letters managed to slip by so many people at 3 different locations. I did, however, eventually get access to the money and the brokerage account that you had set up for me with Morgan Stanley. To be fair, what you put together for me was amazing, especially had I let it sit for a year or two, which made it bittersweet that you wouldn't have wanted to help or even educate me on how to manage what I had.
Makes sense. Makes sense. But you also could have helped yourself. You're a grown man. That's your money. You should try and see about your own endeavors. That's money that your mother left for you. So instead of you being, oh, well, I have thousands of dollars now, you could have been like, well, okay, I have thousands of dollars. What do I do with it now? I don't know, man. Like Sydney said in the text message, you try and be a man now, but you was just a little boy just days ago when you asked me to help you with getting a car. That's crazy.
By blowing through that money is all on me, and I have to take my accountability for that, and it's a lesson learned. Sydney stated that the last time that him and I spoke, I wanted to call him Dad. The actual truth is that I wanted to call him Pop. Calling you Uncle Sydney, but my mother...
It's the same damn thing, man. Just what the fuck?
Calls you Daddy, and the boys call you Daddy. It was getting a little awkward. And yes, for a very short time, I did feel that way about you, but the more things change, the more they stay the same. Oh, Black Jesus. I do just want to really quickly give a really, really big thank you to the support that I've received to acknowledge what I did say, so I definitely don't have...
All right, I got one more video. Before I get into my rant.
In an attempt... Here we go again, right? Hi, I'm Shalon. I'm gonna jump right into it. I guess the intelligent thing to do when assuming that your son is having a mental episode is to post personal screenshots of text messages that are 3 years old in an attempt to validate a false narrative as if they are some type of receipt. You also invaded the privacy of my daughter's grandparents by posting your receipts. Neither of you should never speak on mental health again if you thought that that idea was a good one.
Your mother has a mental disorder. What are you talking about?
As a person who lives with mental health issues, let me be the first to educate you that there are individuals who have taken their lives, harmed, and also taken the lives of others for doing the very thing that you so proudly did and your fan base pats you on the back for, which is very telling to how strangers will buy into your toxicity. Picking up the phone to check on your son that you believe is having a mental episode to make sure that he is okay, while also making sure that your granddaughter is safe, is too much to ask, I guess. For those wondering, I have gone to therapy on several different occasions, and that is not something that I will ever be ashamed of. I have even gone to therapy with my mother on several occasions. But for those who know how efficient therapy only works when both people are being open. My mother was still in her 15-year-old mentality phase during that time, so I guess I understand why she did not know how to be open with me during our sessions. When a person becomes accustomed to being a victim and others get used to seeing them as one, they live their lives in a state of internalization, meaning you consistently receive another's approach as an attack, constantly putting you under the illusion that you need to always be on the defense, even in situations where there is no actual attack, just an acknowledgement of things already said by you. One should not feel attacked by an acknowledgement of the words that they stand on. You eventually become a passive aggressor. To address the men that had something to say in regards to men don't do what I'm doing, let me be very clear. How I man is none of your business. What and how I feed my family has no place on your plate. For every person that stated I should not have come to the internet, I would just like to ask, what do Club Shay Shay, the articles about my mother and I's relationship, the interviews about our relationship, and Instagram all have in common? Well, if you are competent, the internet. Furthermore, I did not expose my mother, nor did I badmouth my mother.
You shouldn't have. I know I'm late to some of the things that he said, but you shouldn't have came to the internet. Look, your mother brought up that y'all didn't have the best of relationship. That's all she said. Like, that was the only thing that she said out of her mouth in that interview. She also said, time will heal all. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. That's where it ended. Then there was the interview. I mean, not the interview, the video that they posted. And what I got from it was basically them just saying that, hey, yo, like, you gotta take the onus into your own hands, yo. Like, you a grown man now. Like, it's nothing we can do for you other than tell you that, you know, we hope that you get to the place of wanting to be in our lives just as much as we want to be in your life. That's it. That's what I got from it. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But if we all look at this, everything's unnecessary. All of it's unnecessary. You know what I mean? Mo'Nique should have never came out and said on David Banter's podcast that I don't have the best relationship with my my oldest son. Should never went on Club Shay Shay and said, yeah, me and my son don't have the best of relationships. And you should never did a 3 fucking video response about your relationship with your mother. The rant's not here yet, y'all. The video ain't done yet.
Simply provided context to what was already being said about me, while also explaining why I don't speak to them directly. The reason those that feel negatively about what I said are just having a hard time differentiating between Nikki Parker and Mo'Nique. Please stop with the cornball idea that a celebrity can talk about a family member on the internet for years, but God forbid said family member says any one thing, and you all are outside with tiki torches and pitchforks defending not the actual person, but the idea of a person. These people are in an industry that is efficient at making money off of what is pretend. So in essence, you are defending a character. I love my mother, and it took the birth of my daughter to help me begin to understand the value of a mother. I am very proud of my mother, though, and I'm proud of the things that she has accomplished and will go on to.
After all this bullshit you said, the hell can them words even come out of your mouth? Sounds like you have animosity in 2 of these videos. One of the videos just seems though you just getting your story out. Like, yeah, you know, what she said, that's half the truth. Let me give you my side of the story. They post a video, you didn't come back. No, what it's really just because I was like, come on, yo, just like, yo, like, nah, yo, like, you could have made that video the same way you did the first video and just give your side of the story. Like, it's that simple. But you didn't want to do that, so you said, this is how I'm going to convey my feelings this way.
To accomplish in the future. My mother's bad, man. I watched that woman go from Baltimore to the moon. That drive is also in my daughter's blood. Not only is she still my mother, she's also a part of history, and I would be doing my daughter a disservice by not telling her about who my mother is and was. But since those messages that you posted were used as some type of a receipt to validate your false narrative, I figured I would take some time to gather up my receipts to validate my decision to move forward with my life without my mother in it. I do want to thank you all for listening for the now final time that I will ever address this topic, and I will leave you with my receipts.
You know what the crazy thing is? The baby looks like Mo'Nique a little bit. Like, that's the crazy part. I can't play the rest of that because it has the okay, his receipts. All right. Now, y'all didn't expect me to do a rant about this, but I'll start with Shalon, and then I'll get into both Mo'Nique and Sydney and whomever else needs to hear this. So Shalon, you are probably, matter of fact, no. You act just like these kids who you act just like these rich kids, right? You know, the talentless rich kids of celebrities who basically want every goddamn thing but don't want to work to get it. You also come off sort of as disingenuous because for the simple fact that your mother numerous times has tried to reach out, has tried to make sure that you're good, to make sure that her oldest son has everything that he needs for not just himself, but now for his family. But it sounded like in the text message that Sydney gave you, you were acting like a spoiled brat. To the point of where you coming on online trying to tell your side of the story. People have admiration for you now because you're like, oh, he got to tell his truth, and he gets to tell his side of the story now, and it's not all a cloudy mess now. We all know the whole story now. But what I'm not understanding is this. Come online first with poise, and you're like, yeah, you know, this is what really happened. Nah, y'all ain't got really. This is crazy. This, and that, whatever. Yeah, but then when your mother and your stepfather address you, you didn't become hype, as if you have something to prove. My whole thing is that you said that you don't want at all. You don't want to reconcile with her at all. So, if you don't want to reconcile, Why did you spend 3 days? 3 days trying to gas up people to the point of where they're now going against your mother. Because now they're like, oh well, his story sounds more true than Monique's. But how? How does his side sound any different from what his mother has been saying? Like, his side of the story sounds just the same as Monique's. It's just that he's given us the acknowledgement of telling us that I heard what she said, but this is how I feel. I don't want to be her son anymore because of what I had to endure when I was a child. My nigga, grow the fuck up. You gotta grow the fuck up. You're gonna hold hate for your mother forever because of something that happened to you when you was a child? My nigga, your mother didn't become a big star until you was fucking 11. If not 10. So your mom went from being around all the time, getting a gig every now and again, to having a gig every weekend, to then having a hit TV show where she has to be on set every day. Okay, so then she remarries for a third time to someone that you actually know. You've seen this man your whole goddamn life. Sydney has been around you your entire goddamn life. To the point of where you hold resentment from him now, because now that your mom has some off time to where she can book a movie here and there, so she can just be, around you through the week and have a gig every weekend now, you then hold a resentment because your mom wants to find love. What child wants to see their parent unhappy? Like, I don't understand that whatsoever. All I can say is, with my experience with this, is that some of the men that I felt as though that my mom chose wasn't the right guys. That's all. Some of them seem as though that they, had their head on their shoulders, but where I grew up at, there's some thug ass niggas around here. Like, I can't stop that. These are the people that my mother has grew up around, and these were the type of men that possibly attracted her. So, hey, who the fuck am I to say, I don't want you dating that type of person? To the point of where that's what it sounds for you, that you didn't want your mom dating Sydney for the simple fact that it sounds as though that he's a pimp to you, because your mother is calling your stepfather daddy. Well, let's look at it. Your mother said numerous times that she thought that she had everything figured out before she got married to Sydney. To the point of where she says she was sitting at the head of the table because she was the breadwinner in the relationship, to where she saw herself, well, maybe I shouldn't be sitting here, because if I have love and admiration for my man that I'm married to, maybe I should allow him to head the table and head the household instead of me. To the point of where you was going to call Sydney Pops, which is a derivative of dad or father or daddy or whatever. But you saw it as strange because not only your siblings was calling your stepfather daddy, but your mother was. So you was like, nah, that's too weird that everybody in here calling this nigga daddy if he's only the daddy of two people in this house. It sounds like, I'm sorry to say this, even if he has a mental health disorder or not, sounds like you a bitch ass nigga. That's what it sounds like. Sounds like you a bitch ass nigga at heart. at heart that you're a bitch ass nigga. To where an interview will rile you up so much that you'll not only come on here not once, but 3 times to air your own mother out when she never did none of that to you. All she said was that I don't have the best relationship with my son because of such and such reason. To the point of where you took it a step further. You gave us the reason of why you don't have the best relationship with your mother. Whose business was that in the first place? It wasn't mine. It wasn't the 12,000 people who started following you on TikTok, nor was it the 10 to 11 million people on Club Shay Shay's video. It's none of our business other than yours and your mother's, along with Sydney's. That was their issue, not ours. So you're sitting here sounding like a bitch ass nigga talking about my mother's never going to be in my life or my daughter's life because of what she's done. Or you could be a son and go to your mother and try to understand why. Like myself, my middle sister and my older brother did one foggy fucking overcast Saturday evening. We went over to my father's house. My brother wanted to hold a family meeting to see where we are as a family and why some of the complexities of our family is the way that it is. To the point of where not just myself, but my brother cried our eyes out to our father because we didn't understand why he was the way he was when we were growing up. It was to the point of where I thought I had it figured out. I didn't talk to my father for a long time after that. Probably was about a year and a half maybe. I was 29 fucking years old. 29. I didn't re-speak to my father again, I believe, when I was maybe about 31. Maybe. I believe so it was. But you're going to sit up here and basically make it out to where your mother is the bad guy. Your mother owns her half of the situation. Why haven't you? It just sounds like you're going to mope and whine until you get your way like a fucking stubborn child that you are. You're not a grown man yet, even if you have a child of your own or not. Even if you have a girlfriend that you might marry or not. You're still a child, my friend, and you need to grow the fuck up, and you need to figure out how it is you're going to make it out of this little hole that you're in that you can easily get out. The fucking exit is right there. There's a ladder sitting right at the edge. Just fucking climb up on it, because you know who you'll see once you get out of the hole? Your mother. That's who that you'll see. You don't want to come out of the little stupor that you're in because you sound like a little stupid little boy. Now, I just don't have all this animosity for Shalon. I have this animosity for both Mo'Nique Angela Hicks and as well as Sydney Hicks. Yes, y'all did come on live to try to woe us down as if we don't know what your son and stepson has said. It was a bitch ass move, but at the same time, it was a bitch ass move on y'all's behalf as well for allowing that to happen. Now, what I believe that on y'all's side, that y'all have the money, y'all can fly any goddamn where that y'all want. Why didn't y'all, or maybe y'all live in Georgia and Shalon lives in Georgia or LA or wherever the fuck y'all are at, maybe y'all could have took a car ride or a plane to go and see about Shalon. possibly make sure that the way that he feels now isn't the way that he feels now. Y'all lost at this. Not just you and Sydney, Mo'Nique, but Shalon as well. Because why are we seeing family problems on the fucking internet? I'm tired of seeing this with black people. It's nothing but black people I see this with, even if they're famous or not. All we see is black people's fucking troubles and none of their successes. Why is that? It's a lot of people saying, along with Judge Mathis saying, that this is getting a little stupid, that all these comedians are coming on Club Shay Shay to air out their grievances to their fellow comedian brethren or sisters. Honestly, I love the entertainment because, you know, on Fridays, I'm doing this here podcast, but then when I get off, I'm then watching entertainment. So Club Shay Shay, after this podcast, what was it, 2 weeks ago, a week ago, was my entertainment for the night. So since that was my entertainment for the night, I'm like, oh wow, oh my gosh. But I'm seeing more of y'all on here talking about this bullshit than you're giving people like myself something to talk about on our podcast because bullshit sells. If I came on here, in negativity sells, if I came on here and did a positive podcast, no one will watch this. And no one will watch everyone else who's speaking about this as well. When I get off of here, I'm going to be watching a podcast when I'm editing down this video and putting all my finishing touches on this. I'm going to be watching a podcast called 3Gs. 3Gs also is talking about this topic, also talked about this topic as well. They're not going to be as brutal as me, though. That's all I'm saying. This shit has to stop. And once I get into the other video that I'm going to be talking about tonight, I'm going not to give just you, Sydney and Mo'Nique, a piece of my mind, along with you, Shalon. I'm going to be giving Black America a piece of my mind as well. Because this shit is disgusting. Like, why do we act like this towards each other? There should be no reason why we're acting like this towards each other. Like, let me bring up the white man tonight for the last time. I didn't bring, the first and the last time. Did the white man do a number on us or what? Like, we can't seem to get shit right. With our families, our personal lives, anything. Is the white man to blame for this? But for real, yo, Shalon, Mo'Nique, Sydney, y'all need to have a sit down, even if it's on FaceTime or if it's in face to face. Y'all need to really have a sit down conversation. If tears get start dropping, let them drop. If fucking y'all start yelling and screaming at each other, let the shit happen. Because y'all need to get all these fucking emotions out, because it seems like for the past 20 or some odd years that Shalon's been feeling this way, but at the same time, Shalon, you're a grown fucking man, as well as your mother is a grown woman, and as well as Sydney is a grown man himself. But Shalon, seems as though that Sydney and your mother go to bed without a worry in the world. You go to bed worrying if your mother loves you or not, but you then, you know, when your stepfather brings up your mental illnesses, you get triggered. Nigga, that's yours to hold. Because your stepfather has to deal with your mother's mental illness that she has. So since both of y'all have so many similarities, how are there so many differences in y'all's fucking relationship? Makes no sense to me. You can call me insensitive if you want. I don't give a fuck. All right? Because I have my own mental illness. I stutter. So I guess we're all on the mental spectrum, aren't we? So, Shalon, maybe you should be man enough or man up to have that conversation with your mother. And Mo'Nique and Sydney, maybe if he doesn't want to, maybe you should reach out to him and see about having a relationship with your son and your stepson. Because one of y'all, if not all three of y'all, have an issue with each other or with both parties. Rant done. People, that has concluded the main topic section of the night. I spent a whole 3 hours and 30 minutes on this one topic, but we are going to get into random topics of the week. And tonight's random topics of the week overview is comedian David Lucas tells George Floyd joke that leaves audience members in shock. And Dr. Umar Johnson was attacked in Atlanta last week. So if you guys don't know about about comedian David Lucas, you seen him on what he's known for is the podcast Kill Tony roast sessions that he did, but where he honed his skills was on All Def Digital's Roast Me. Well, that's also where you could find David Lucas at as well, working with the All Def Digital crew. So this is the joke that got basically David Lucas under fire. Here we are.
And you wanted to show them the reason George Floyd got his neck nailed on. Don't ooh at that joke. It's just a joke, man. I would have never kneeled on George Floyd's neck. I would have shot that nigga. That was making us look. It's called comedy, nigga. I remember black fans, I gotta hear that might leave. Oh, and I got. Cause nigga, I was just warming up with that George Floyd. You ready to go? All right, baby. Okay. All right, you offended too, baby, with the braids? Right. You offended too? God, man, fuck. Y'all good? Or y'all about to? Oh, I'm... I like Kyle Rittenhouse too. I like Kyle Rittenhouse too. You too, bro? Nah, bro? Oh, but you a little bit, right? See that? Yeah. Yeah, one more guy. That nigga don't even want to go, but his ride leaving. He don't even want to go. He like, man, I don't like George Floyd either, man. That nigga.
All right, let's unpack this. So it seems as though I seen the full video. So there was a heckler basically heckling him in the crowd. So, you know, he knows David Lucas is a good roaster. So he wanted to heckle to see if he could go back and forth with him. But what he didn't know was, hey, nigga, I'm up here trying to put forth a show and you're interrupting the show for everyone else. So then David told the guy, look, come on stage or I'm gonna have you kicked out. Joking with him. The guy didn't want to come up because he knew he would have got his ass handed to him. To the point of where when David Lucas started out saying this,
his neck nailed on. And you wanted to show them the reason George Floyd got his neck nailed on.
That is what garnered him being under fire. Not just that, But this part right here.
Don't ooh at that joke. It's just a joke, man. I would have never kneeled on George Floyd's neck. I would have shot that nigga. That was...
Oh, wow. Everyone in the black community is now upset that he would say something along the lines of this. Oh, why would he say he would shoot George Floyd after what happened? After what happened to him? Look, y'all hold Jesus coming back too goddamn far. Like, this must be the fourth coming of Jesus. George Floyd was. We had George Floyd as the fourth coming. We had Barack Obama as the third coming. Michael Jackson was the second coming, and Jesus coming back from rising from the dead. That's the reason why we celebrate Easter. Was the first coming of Jesus. So we hold George Floyd in high regard. When in his rap sheet, the reason why he went to jail was he dressed up in a uniform, broke into a woman's house. Well, let me not say broke into a woman's house. Well, no, he broke into a woman's house, held a gun at her stomach, and said, "You decide if your child lives or dies." But we're trying to hold this nigga up. What's fucked up? What Derek Chauvin and the rest of those those officers did. They should have never kneeled on him. I agree. God damn it. I agree. But let me ask you this question. Why don't you guys hold that animosity for the person who called the cops on him? If you see in his 60-minute interview, he said, I'm the reason why he died. This is the guy who called the cops, who worked at Cup Foods. He said this in a 2020 interview. He said, I was the reason that the cops came. I called the cops because George comes into that store all the time or whatever. And when he gave me the 20, I knew something was off about it. So I let my manager know, and then my manager instructed me to call the police. Okay, so George Floyd left the store, right? He didn't leave with an item at all. He left with nothing. He then goes into the truck that he was driving with his drug dealer in the passenger seat, and whoever the fuck was in the back seat. His drug dealer never testified at the goddamn trial. If you guys watched the trial, because he didn't want to get in trouble because he had a pending case already. But Black America is against David Lucas for the simple fact that he told a George Floyd joke because he made fun of their Jesus. Now listen, I hold all sorts of respect for the Floyd family, and I mourn with them with their loss. But they cannot tell me that their damn brother was a menace. They can't tell me that. Because there was more, because you saw the police cam footage, the police car footage of him being arrested after when he got arrested for holding the gun to that Spanish woman's a pregnant stomach, which he was at a park or something like that. Then we come to when he was arrested or apprehended by Chauvin King, Hal, and I forgot the other guy's name. When he gets apprehended by them. Now, don't y'all think nothing like that would have happened if, let's say, the MMA fighter would have jumped in, because he would have whooped some ass, wouldn't he? Wouldn't he? The ambulance, the EHS worker. Don't y'all feel as though that she could have stopped the whole thing, because she deals with sicknesses and the human body on a daily basis. She's clearly said to Chauvin, hey, you can't do that for the simple fact that you're cutting off his air supply. Oh, there was an older man out there who cried on the witness stand because, he's an older dude. He's seen all this in the 60s. So why didn't he jump in? Like, we're blaming a comedian for telling jokes when there was very much a lot of variables that could have saved George Floyd's life. But we're mad at David Lucas. Have y'all thought about this at all? That George Floyd couldn't even save himself? I'm not talking about from the day he died. I'm talking about from his life in general. He couldn't save his own self. Hell, I hate to bring it up, but Candace Owens did a documentary. His roommates said in the documentary they never saw his brothers or sisters come past the house to come see about him. But then you see, now I understand that's your brother, you grew up with him, so you would be upset that your brother died, but why are you feeling the way that you felt about your brother's passing if you never came past your brother's house? His girlfriend seen him more times than what his family did. Now, what is it with black people? And if you guys haven't watched the Willie D interview with David Lucas, I watched it 3 times so I could get these points right. But I'll say this first. Willie D couldn't fuck with David Lucas's thought process. The nigga told him he had Asperger's. So David Lucas was making so many good points in that interview that Willie D couldn't refute him. But Willie D, like a lot of black people, they have this issue. Black people hold white people at a high regard for some reason when it comes to our own issues. Why can't black people see, like myself, and I had to come to this as well as other shit, when it comes to, me and my dad's relationship, me and my mother's relationship, me and my family's relationship, and other things like that, and me being a black person here in America, why do we always blame white people? White people aren't the reason why shit is happening with us, because most white people don't live with us in the hood or in the ghetto. They don't live with us. So, if we can do crime to feed our family, why can't we then raise enough money, right? Remember when we had Black Wall Street? Where's our Black Wall Street? The spirit of Tommy Sotomayor is about to come out of me, and I don't want that to happen. Why the fuck is that we spend billions of dollars every year on bullshit? A stat, well, not a stat. Yeah, it was a stat. A statistic David Lucas brought up was that black people spent $1 billion last year in entertainment. So why can't black people use the money that they used in the entertainment that they spent it on something more conducive? Look, I got kicked out of a Twitter space for what I'm about to say. The topic was about reparations. I told these black people that was in this room that, yo, hope y'all know that reparations for us will probably never happen due to the simple fact that it will be illegal for the United States government to give us that money because of a race-based problem. They didn't want to hear it, but they didn't hear me. They can't give us the money off of a race-based issue. They can give it to us if we have enough evidence on getting us the reparations, if we do the research to where we can get it when it doesn't deal with a race-based issue. They don't want to hear it. They kicked me out of the goddamn Twitter space. I didn't care because I could tell that these weren't learned people. These aren't people that read. Because the one thing that I said in that whole statement that I made in that Twitter space was, why is it that you guys want reparations so bad? Seems as me and to the white man that y'all are arguing that you should get reparations from, that the only thing y'all gonna spend it on is what David Lucas brought up: entertainment, clothes, shoes, cars. Instead of us bringing this money together, doing something that would better our lives with it, to where we may not even need the United States economic structure to even have our money in the first fucking place. $1 billion a year in entertainment. Now that's wild. Another wild thing is that we blame white people for all our problems. And like I said, white people don't live with us in the hood. We live with us in the hood. So why don't we try to make ourselves do better? To the point of where this is what you get when you tell a George Floyd joke. You get motherfuckers.
You ready to go?
You get motherfuckers wanting to leave because they feel attacked. Why would a black person say something about George Floyd after all we've been through? Willie D said this to David Lucas: George Floyd is important because he helped spark a movement. No, he did not. And I swear he did not. From March to May, everybody everybody in the world were on lockdown. Everybody. America holds influence to everyone else in any other country. What other country saw was United States citizens protesting for an injustice, not just for George Floyd, but because they was doing an illegal thing by locking us in our homes, or telling us we should stay in our homes, of which a 3-year-long thing was only meant for 2 weeks. So what France and England and Africa, South Africa, Nigeria, South America, Australia, you name the country who was protesting, they only left their houses because we did. They weren't protesting just George Floyd. They was protesting an injustice that just wasn't happening just to America, but that was happening all over the world. What what y'all fail to realize is that black Americans, African Americans, FBAs, ADOS, we hold influence amongst the world. But our influence gets taken and it gets remixed. Now, David Lucas asked, why is it that anybody else can tell a George Floyd joke and nothing happens, but when he tells the joke, everyone's mad at him? So where the question was answered by, because George Floyd means more to black people because you could be George Floyd. No, David Lucas said, he said, because it's one thing that I do differently than what any other black person does when they encounter the police. And I will say George Floyd was scared because George Floyd he had some drugs in his system. So he got a little jittery in his car seat because he thought he was going to go to jail. To the point of where he died because him just being polite and answering the correct questions that the officer was asking him, he got irate. Now, David Lucas said that he watches nothing but body cam footage of police stops. And he said, and I agreed with him with this, because when I seen him, he said, do you know what's the number one thing black people do when they get pulled over by the police? They get irate. Yo, fuck you, pig. Why you pull me over for? I ain't doing nothing. I ain't bothering nobody. That is the wrong response when being pulled over. My brother's a correctional officer. I asked him one day, because I was one of those irate niggas. He said, Marcus, you know what the best thing to do when you get pulled over or if a cop stops you? He said, the best thing for you to do is just to comply with their commands. He said, because not only do you get to go home safe and alive, so does that police officer. It's not about you being wrong or right. It's about you being alive. You have a family. Why the fuck are you acting crazy in a motor vehicle with a cop that has a gun, pepper spray, handcuffs? And check this out. You can be right all you want. Do you know one thing that a cop can hit you with? That you will be sitting there stunned as if you don't know what the fuck's going on? Disorderly. Don't comply with a cop's demands, they can just arrest you for disorderly conduct. It's that simple. So unless you want a court case for something that you could have just drove away from, I suggest y'all chill the fuck out. Now, with people canceling him and telling him, don't come to this city because we got something for you, cuz, like, why are you threatening a comedian? He's there to bring joy. Well, we don't agree with what he said about George Floyd. Who cares? A comedian's job is to take chances. You don't agree with what he said, you don't have to listen. What you could have did was walk out like these black people did, but not do what these black people did. And that's be irate and disrupt the show for everybody else. So now we gotta take time and attention. And now we gotta take time and attention to look at your dumb ass because you're sitting here making yourself look like a jackass. Now, I come here all the time and we ain't never had to deal with no shit like this because you ain't never encountered this type of fucking comedian. That's why. Like, a George Floyd joke, I would have shot his ass. Oh no, that's too much for me. I don't like that. And then you got the old man. You need to know about George Floyd before you start talking about him. You stoop real low for a joke. My nigga. It's not the joke. It's your own personal feelings of how you feel about said person. And I don't think you understand who George Floyd was. George Floyd was a menace that had to be stopped. But he didn't have to be stopped the way that he was, that Derek Chauvin did. I applaud that he got as many years that he did in jail. He deserves it. But George Floyd didn't deserve for his life to be taken away from him. Nor does David Lucas deserve people telling him he better not show up in the city or they're going to do something to him. A comedian shouldn't have to look over his back because people disagree with his jokes. They're jokes at the end of the day. The white man controls y'all's actions because for some reason y'all feel as though that the reason why David Lucas is the way that he is because he hangs around with his white people. No, it's because some white people took a chance. He now got popular, and now y'all feel left behind because now he has a predominantly white audience. But y'all wasn't going down to his open mics in LA. Y'all wasn't going to see him when he came to y'all city, when he was with whomever comedian. Y'all wasn't going to those shows. But now he got a name for himself. Y'all recognize him off Roast Me, and the white people recognize him from Tony Hinchcliffe Kill Tony. Y'all like, oh, well, shit, he popping now. Let's go see him. Because that's when black people only like to see their other black people, is when they're popping. When they're doing well for themselves. A struggling rapper can't get one person to listen to his mixtape, but once he blows up and gets signed for $3 million, oh, they'll listen to his music all day long. Kind of like the situation I'm dealing with. I got a nice podcast here. Podcast is very informative. I can't get people who live around me or people who I know to watch this damn thing. But once I blow up, oh, they're going to be all over this. Oh, I remember when we was in middle school together. You remember that time? No, I don't remember that time. I don't. Because you're just on here trying to make yourself look good in the presence of everyone else when you could have been watching this podcast and telling people about this podcast, but you chose not to. Anyway, let's move into the next topic. And that is Dr. Umar Johnson confronted by a rotund audience member. Let's look at it and see what the hell's going on. All right, so 450. Where is it?
How is the foundation laid?
Then you got to say, well, we got to work hard, Dr. Umar. I don't see white folks breaking their back. They already been there, done that. It's your turn now. See, we got this thing, brothers and sisters. And the white man knows you well because he's written books on you. They say grow entrepreneur. Who's that? I've never seen the sister a day in my life. Brothers and sisters, clap it up for the ancestors. Clap it up for positivity. Yes. Yes. We're going to stay focused. We're going to stay focused. No weapon formed against us. You know, one thing. The good Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King was signing.
I think we can stop it there. There's nothing more that happens other than her screaming at the top of her lungs towards the men that's trying to escort her out. But so y'all might be asking, just like I asked, well, what the hell's going on, right? So this lady, so Dr. Umar Johnson was in Atlanta last weekend for a conference of some sort, I guess, to give people a positive uplift of trying to seek to pull their money together, create some sort of a black credit union, and give them positive words of, you guys don't have to just wait on white people to give y'all anything. You guys can do for yourselves and stuff like that. To where when this rotund young lady, and I'll show you guys what she looks like. As you can see, this is her trying to attack him. And this is the young lady's face right here. Let me blow that up so you guys can see her real good. This is the young lady right here. So what was said was, if you guys didn't hear it, the girl said that she was with Dr. Umar the night prior. Dr. Umar then says back to her, I've never seen you a day in my life. No one knows if Dr. Umar is lying or not. We don't know this information, but I will say this. Damn, Dr. Umar, I know you ain't out here with the BBWs. Yo, here just doing the most, man. But nah, I'm just bullshitting. But that was scary because, we don't know if she would have taken him out or whatever. But yeah, so, he sort of kind of got attacked on stage, and, he got the crowd back. He got the crowd back after that happened. And he, who knows why this lady, maybe she's like a fanatic and she, dreams of being with Dr. Umar. We don't know yet. We don't know. She hasn't came on, on a live and say, who she is and, why she did what she did and give us receipts of if they were together the night before or not. We don't know that information. But once that information comes up, I'll make sure that I'll bring it right here to Mark Speaks Podcast. Anyway, so people, that concludes the random topics portion of tonight. But I have one quick moment for you guys. So real quick, y'all, I need y'all to look at this.
Until you answer it.
Okay, I don't know.
Okay.
Nasty stuff. Like,
oh, okay.
Yeah, like anything.
You make a lot of money doing that?
Baby, one thing about me is everybody know I'm super with a good coochie, so I always make a lot of money.
That's amazing. I didn't know that about you.
What do you know?
That you're a musician. But that's why I'm interviewing you today, so I can get to know you.
So I'm a musician.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck that mean? Make magic or something?
Bruh.
What? The fuck? Wait a minute, kid. Let's run that back. Let's run that back.
Interviewing you today, so I can get to know you.
So I'm a musician.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck that mean? Make magic or something?
But that's why I'm interviewing you today, so I can get to know you.
So I'm a musician.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck that mean? Make magic or something? What is music?
Oh, she's getting magician and musician mixed up. Oh, I get it. But she ain't playing. She's telling the dead honest truth right now that she does not know what the fuck a musician is. To the point of where I felt a little scared for this little white girl, because I thought that she was gonna start swinging off on this little white girl. I'm like, oh my gosh, like she getting upset at her and shit. Like, what the hell's going on? But I'm not surprised, because y'all remember, if you guys listened to one of her earlier songs, she said in one of her bars that she was in special ed. And I'm not even bullshitting with you. She said that. That was one of her bars that she had.
Musician.
I think you're confusing that.
Yeah, I'm not no musician. I make music.
Bruh. What the fuck was that?
You're not a musician, but you make music. Now I'm confused. Someone help me, please. How are you saying that you're a musician, but you... My brain hurts. My brain hurts. All right. I guess we can lose some more brain cells.
I make music. And that's not all I do. I make music. I act. I'm a TV star too, a young mogul.
Just really quick, I think you're confusing.
I'm not confusing nothing, because you don't know. You thought that all I was a magician or whatever the fuck you said.
See, that's what I think you think I said. I said musician, not magician.
I don't think, baby. I don't think. What is that? That's ghetto. I don't think.
Suki, listen to me, baby. A magician does magic, like pull a rabbit out the hat, or turn his wand into some flowers, or he can make a quarter levitate. That's a magician. A musician is somebody who makes music, like yourself. My gosh, no one is that dumb. Like, no one. Probably Waldo, Geraldo, Faldo, but nobody's that dumb. Oh, gosh, like, she argued this little girl down as if the little girl didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. Now, that's crazy. Like, I don't understand. Like, I have no words for this. How do you confuse magician and musician? I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. This concludes the real quick moment. I hope you guys had a good night. Went a little long, but hey, whatever. Show summary. So, Michael Jackson's catalog, well, some of the songs in the catalog, along with a few artists, was going to be sold for $6 million. Maybe money's getting low, so they gotta sell. I don't know. Then we get into this whole Shalon and Mo'Nique's situation, it's disgusting, to say the least. Because there's no reason why a mother and child should be beefing with each other online. Like, why? Like, why are you doing this? Like, my full understanding is that no one wants to be woman enough or man enough to have a sit down with each other so that they can iron out all of the creases in their relationship. To the point of where Shalon basically is now threatening Mo'Nique of, you'll never see your granddaughter a day in your life because you use my mental illness and my daughter's grandparents on her mother's side to try for you guys to try to put y'all's message across of what you guys don't know or understand what you guys are saying to each other. Now that can be all well and cool. Like, maybe, you know, they messed up. Maybe that wasn't something that they wanted to do. But in the grand scheme of things, Shalon, you're just as much at fault as Sydney and Mo'Nique. So instead of you having a hissy fit online, maybe you should reach out to these people and understand what's going on. Anyway, got to the David Lucas thing. You know, black people, like, I'm starting to really hate niggas, really, is because it's more so the niggas who don't understand what's being said. It's not so much people who do understand and know everything that has gone on and has happened, to the point of where like David Lucas basically said that I'm a troll at the end of the day, so everybody who has something to say to me, it don't matter. I'm still booked. I'm still gonna have these dates. I'm still gonna be making money. It's nothing that y'all can do. Like, it's amazing that one side of the coin hates me while the other side of the coin enjoys my work. So man, this is black people's problems, man. Like, I don't understand why we can't just get over certain. Well, let me not say it like that. Not get over, but why can't we just get a good understanding about certain things? That's all I'm asking. Then we get into Dr. Umar getting attacked on stage. We don't know if he was with that woman. He could be lying. He could not be lying. We don't know. We don't know the full details until somebody tells their story. So, and then we all lost brain cells, and I'm sorry for that because Suki Hana doesn't know the difference between a magician and a musician. The magic in that is that she thought she was right by correcting the young lady who was interviewing her. That's a magic trick right there. Anyway, I digress. That has been the show summary, people. Sorry I kept you guys so long. We will end the show because it's important that we all get back to our lives. So everybody, look, check this out. If you could, please remember every Friday this here podcast comes on at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Friday. You can catch me here doing Marcus Speaks Live. Then on Saturdays, once I get a game that everyone is going to enjoy, I will continue to do my Saturday streams at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So once whatever game comes out, I'll be back streaming Marcus Speaks Play on Saturday. So make sure you come and check me out. Make sure you don't forget. Make sure you tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend, and then I'll do all the heavy lifting for you guys. All right? What's next? Please subscribe to this here channel if you could. Hit the bell icon to all if you could. And do me a favor. Do me a big favor. Please go to the description box, find the Rumble link, hit that Rumble link, and then follow me over on Rumble. Once I get, I believe it's 25 subscribers over there, I can be able to stream live over on Rumble. Which I'm gonna do I'm gonna simultaneously stream both here to YouTube and then over on Twitch, not Twitch, but the Rumble as well. So please do me that favor, go over there and subscribe to me so I can do that, please. All right. I know you guys didn't get to, but if you ever want to, always in the live chat there is a link pinned where you can come up here and talk to me, as well as a number that you can call as well. So if you ever want to do that, just know you have to follow 3 rules. Oh yeah, the call number is 302-283-9791. I repeat, 302-283-9791. Press 1 before the number if you're making a long distance call, and however you do it overseas, I have no idea how you guys do it, but if you know how to do it, do whatever you got to do to come over and come and talk to me. With that comes rules, and the rules are, rule number 1, you must be on camera at all times. That means here on the backstage, I need to see who I am speaking with, and the viewing audience needs to know who they are looking at as well. If you don't want to be shown to the audience, that is fine. That means you just have to but right back here in the private chat, your name and your answer if you do or you do not want to be on camera to the public, and I'll further accommodate you from there. Lastly, please mute all background noise. Please use corded headphones because it's for a better listening experience, as well as please silence all background noise. That means me or any music or a barking dog, a crying baby, a frustrated husband or wife. Just go to a nice secluded spot in your house and come talk to me, please. All right. And then lastly, please like this video. Smash that like button, please. Subscribe if you are new here. Hit that bell icon. Also, get all my notifications once I go live or when I post a video. Comment in the comment section once this video is done. And please share this video if you can to your social media and friends and family. One last thing, people. Please focus on the money because the money makes the world go around, as well as mind your own business or drink more water. For health purposes. Mind your own business for mental health purposes. If you don't believe a damn thing I said tonight, do your own research. It helps you out in the long run. I have been Marcus. This has been Marcus Speaks Live. People, I thank y'all for watching, and I'll check you guys out next Friday. Peace out, y'all.